Hello.
Hi.
Hello. There we go. All right, I'm here. We're all good
Yay.
now. Abby, if you're going to be watching this, my apologies, but you will see some of the DM stuff on the back end. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. So,
Also, Abby, sorry for everything we're about to do.
oh yeah, no, absolutely. This is going to be
You left
fucking.
us un you left us unsupervised, and that's really not our fault.
Character wise, I'm sorry. Player wise, we're gonna revel in this chaos for a little bit.
I love that, like, some things when they start, some streams when they start, they give like a a kind of like shout out to a specific thing or a specific cause, like if they're doing like a charity fundraiser, it might be whatever, right? Ours is please please player who isn't here forgive us for the sins we're about to commit. Because we will commit them and we will not stop.
Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah. So do you want to hit the blacksmith first? Do you want to
I don't really want to be carrying this around. I'm half afraid that the demon might try and possess the armor.
Yeah, for sure. Let's
It
go there
wasn't a
first.
ghost house.
That's true.
So it's like I wouldn't mind getting that taken care of first, but also I don't know how busy Mrs. Watcher is about and when we'd be able to actually get the summoning in. So if we have to do it first thing in the morning, maybe she's an early riser.
uh
That would be something we have to do. We really have to work with her on that.
Last time we left off, you guys were just at the church, right?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, the maps are why is there a bee?
Don't worry about it. This is a remnant from last time we played.
It's a holdover from the last. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, don't. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
He's free
Easy.
now.
Despite all my rage, I'm still just a bee in a cage.
Free the bees. Um, so they're building a big wicker thing, and the last time we played, I was making Nicolas Cage Wicker Man references pretty much the whole time. And so did the big wicker cage with the bees for the not the bees.
Yep.
That's great. I don't understand any of it. It's illuminated nothing.
You know what?
Well,
You're a happier person for that knowledge now that you
Okay.
don't know that.
That sounds like Bella.
You're not wrong.
um sorry, I just wanted to confirm that you guys were talking about summoning a devil.
Yes, we
Like
were going to summon a devil today. Yes.
at the church. This is where you were discussing it.
In the grounds, not in the actual church.
Yeah, so we're on the church grounds, like
Oh
outside.
yeah, my apologies, of course. How could I
Like
have been?
I'm in the bushes I'm in the bushes
Yeah,
at the church discussing summoning a
you
devil, which
guys
is different and
just
less bad.
Milovaj is still there, right? Like you guys just are continuing to work the ground. You just had your heartfelt like kind of discussion, right? That's where we left off last time.
Yeah.
I feel like
Okay.
that's accurate for our group.
Uh
Yeah.
When have we shown any level of tact?
That's fair. I think that he is just giving you a look, like a capital L look. Like seriously? Here? Like
I mean, we brought him here to get rid of him the first time, but he was really cryptic and, we didn't get all the answers. I mean, I got my answers. He was mad, and that was great.
I still have much to learn from him.
well, Milovaj will say. Let me know if you need me to hit him with a shovel, I guess.
I will. Thank you.
I
You're
think if you were to hit him with the shovel, he'd hit you back harder. Because he was really trying to get us a chance to hit him.
Gotcha.
I'm reading that right. Yeah, he wanted us to hit him.
I think so.
And if there's anything I know about devils or demons, shoot, which was he?
He's a devil.
Devil, right. Is that the chaos of the law one?
Well, he signed a contract. He was pretty explicit about.
Ah, right. So, the demon, the law demon, we wanted to make sure that he knew something about something, an implied knowledge about something else, which doesn't make any sense because Barovia has been locked in a time loop for God knows how long.
Well, I will say time loop.
Yeah, when we first got here, we rode in on one of the Vistani caravans. Caravan master, and I don't actually remember his name.
Yeah, that's lost to time and space. Let's call
Yeah,
him.
that's gone.
Let's call him Edric.
Hold on, I'm gonna put that in my notes now.
It's like Frederick without the fur.
They call him No Fur Frederick.
That's what they call him. That's what everyone
Caravan,
calls him.
Everyone's
Caravan master
constantly
Edric
calling him
brought
that.
us in, and I jumped off one of the horse caravan thingies, and I saw a dead me. And so I knew if I had kept going the same path, I would have run into whatever killed me and then hung me up. So I did the second thought I had of traveling directly towards it, and then it disappeared, so I avoided that death and got out of that time loop.
I see.
And so, obviously, everyone keeps talking about like how it's this unending rule and all these nightmares. It's got to be stuck in a time loop. It's the only thing that makes sense. This house that keeps coming back, even if you burned it, the time loop just resets it.
I didn't know about the burning, reconstructing house.
Yeah,
It-
the village of Barovia is fucked up, man. They don't even have a wall.
I nod.
We should go back and build a wall.
I think we have more important things to do.
Yeah, but it can be on the checklist.
Sure.
Yeah. So we can give them a wall, then they can go out and tend to their gardens.
I think they can build their own wall.
Have you seen them? It took us fixing up their church for them to come out and fix the church.
But they did fix it.
Because we started. We're trendsetters there.
And we can be trendsetters on our path forwards.
That's fair. We have a lot of places that we need to set these trends, like summoning a demon explicitly for a very select portion of answers and then sending it back.
I think that Milovaj is gonna ask. So, what are you gonna give the demon? Devil. Devil?
Law demon.
Devil.
Devil? Shoot.
Yeah, like I don't think he'll answer for free, right? That's kind of their whole thing.
Now this is putting thought into it we've not done.
Both of us are just like, oh, I didn't think that far ahead. Well, does the devil like tea? I have mold.
I don't know anything. You could ask the priest. Or if you know somebody who summons devils, they might have some.
If we ask the priest, I'm pretty sure he'll tell Anna, and then Anna will hit us over the head with a stick.
That's true. I was going to ask the person who summoned the devil originally. They probably have more of a personal knowledge of what this particular devil is interested in.
Oh, do you know somebody who knows the devil?
Yes.
Yep. The problem is we probably know what the first thing is on the list. So we have to move down to number 2.
All right. Well,
sorry, just the struggle between me as a player being like, you shouldn't tell this guy.
When has Bella shown any restraint in knowledge
Yeah, I know, but Skrios as well. Well, I'm not gonna say a name, but yes, I do.
Shrugs. It might be a good place to start, right? Normally, I think I'd be more against this, but I think that you guys know what you're doing, so I'm just gonna trust you.
Respectable. Probably wrong, but I appreciate the vote of confidence.
Don't worry, I'll look after Bella.
Bestie.
I love that I feel like the default responsible one if Anna's not here.
And how wrong that is.
I'm just not as impulsive, usually.
hmm
One impulse.
One impulse as opposed to 10 that are all bad.
Okay, well, if we've gathered our herbs, why don't we head to the armory?
Should we stop by the house with the individual who knows about demon summoning and figure out if there's something we need to buy to possibly entice them? It's like maybe they like tea, but maybe they like vegetables. A vegetable demon seems devil. Vegetable devil sounds right.
Well, if we visit later, you said you didn't want to carry your armor. If we visit later, we could ask then.
Fair.
We're not really on a timer, except that we're unsupervised at the moment.
It's how long we can get away before Anna starts worrying about us. That's usually about 5 to 10 minutes, so we better hurry at least to get some distance.
Okay, let's go.
So to the armory place first.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that Nikolai is probably traveling with you guys, right?
Yeah,
Unless
because we
that
do need him for this part.
directly contradicted anything I said.
I don't think so.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I feel like Bella just poked his head into the church and did the come over here motion to Big Nick.
Yeah, Nikolai would not enter the church, but he did. He would like hang outside waiting.
Fair enough. Makes it easier for us.
Yeah. He just, if you ask him, it's. I mean, if you ask him, and I'll tell you more then. But yeah, he'll go with you. Like, another one of your infiltration things is Anna the distraction.
Uh, yes, we want to make sure we divide and conquer in this situation.
I see.
Hold on, let me hit the fun button here. Perfect.
Yes, and he's just like, okay, absolutely. Is there a particular reason that we don't want her on this particular expedition?
He'll say no.
Just not buying it. Looking at Skrios at this point, like,
I shrug.
well, maybe. Hmm.
He'll say no to us.
You saw the last time Anna encountered a demon.
Devil?
Devil?
Crow.
I'm now confused.
Oh man. Oh,
I'm not sure about imps.
I'm relatively well. I don't actually know. He says.
This is why we need to talk to your wife.
Ah, I see. Well, at the very least, I believe that Anna was fairly engaged in their conversation with the priest, so we likely have some time. Should we leave a note? Should I go in and pop in to tell them what we're doing, where we'll be at least? Or if you'd
Leave,
prefer, sorry.
we could leave the note with Milivosh, so that way it will take a little while for them to get it, and even then, she'll read the note and we'll have to catch up.
Well said. He'll
Perfect.
pull a little notebook. I
Maybe
think
don't mention where we're going.
a couple like folded sheets of paper, actually, more than a notebook. And he just writes, keeping an eye on your friends. Um, we'll be in contact if you need us immediately. I'm sure that your friend Crow can find us. Signed, Nikolai Watcher. And we'll leave it with Milivaj for Anna.
Perfect.
Okay.
I've got a couple 100 pounds of metal that I probably need to leave with someone.
He laughs. and we'll bring you guys down to the district where the coffin maker shop was and where the carnival wagon is tethered. Um,
Oh, can I help you carry the armor? That sounds heavy.
has Bella just been carrying it the whole time?
Uh, got it out this time specifically because we mentioned possibly.
Yeah,
Excuse me. Sorry, soda.
but I just need to like recontextualize some stuff. So like,
He travels to here, but would leave it in the room for the most part.
gotcha. So when you guys were like fighting the night hags and stuff, you had like a big fucking bag of jangly armor bits that you like set
Yes,
down
I
first.
100% had those on me because I did not put my back aside when we were
Okay,
talking.
gotcha. I just
There's
like
no reason. Stealth was not an option.
it's fair. I'm just again like how heavy is a suit of plate?
Fucking heavy. Good question.
65 pounds. So
Not
tied
that bad.
no, oh well, not the worst. But could you imagine trying to walk like 20 miles or whatever it was with a 60-pound weight on your back?
Me? No. Bella could do it.
Bella could
Wouldn't
do
get
it.
happy about it, but could do it.
I'm gonna just silently help you carry it.
I definitely like hand over the gauntlets and the helmet.
All right. Yeah, I think that he leads you down this area. Um, there is a general goods store. It's called say it's called like Nina's General Goods. Sounds fine. I'm gonna write that down so I don't forget it.
We should go in there, and that's where we should buy the basket and anything else we want to give for the "we're sorry we totally knocked you on your ass" basket.
I'm sorry. You're planning on doing what?
We wanted to get a "get well soon" basket and a "sorry we nearly killed you" basket all in one.
Okay, I see. Yes.
See, we got some herbs for some tea here. We figured we'd be able to get some cured meats
And possibly a card.
and a card, coffin-shaped card. That'd probably be a good taste, right?
I can't see how it could go wrong.
See, see.
Um, you walk in and it's very like it is a little bit dilapidated. The business has very obviously not been good. It's one of those things where there's dust that's built up on the counters, but it's also fairly well stocked, and the prices aren't as obscene. Um, I think that Nikolai will set a small case. Yes, the knocked you on your asket, incredible. Nikolai will like draw a small case out from within his cloak and set it on the counter with like a noticeable thud. And Nina behind the counter will like look at him and then look at the thing, and then he'll flip it open, and inside are two like trade gold bars, each worth 1,000 gold. Uh, and he like gestures and says, "Well, buy what you need."
Does this place have a grappling hook by any chance?
This place has anything that is classified as adventuring gear. Um, so let me look it up real quick.
Is there an adventuring gear table? Yes. Well, it's not a table, but it is a list.
Yeah. Um, yes. If you look in the compendium for adventuring gear, there is a list of items there. As long as you guys don't try to buy 2 spyglasses, I'm pretty sure you could get whatever you wanted off of this list.
Cool.
Nice. We already got crowbar, the universal lockpick.
But yeah, there are caltrops, there are pots, there are a few potions of healing. I'd say probably like 2 or 3, probably not more than that. Those ones is one of the things that like obviously keep moving. Um, there's a lot of things that can go wrong in Barovia, and it never hurts to have like a potion of healing in the back pocket.
Yeah, I would like a potion of healing.
Okay.
I'd definitely grab one of those grappling hooks.
Yeah. I think this is a thing where there are shelves and everything's like has a little label next to it with the price on it. It's all handwritten. Um, it's one of those things that's like there's more stuff here. There's stuff like there are scythes, there is seed stock, there are uh shit that people here would need. Uh bows, arrows, new fletching for arrows, new arrowheads, all that kind of shit too. But there is a good selection of adventuring gear. Probably not more than one or two of each item. So you wouldn't be able
Ah,
to get like 100,000 ball bearings or whatever.
he's got orbs.
There are orbs, crystal ball, a couple of wands. There's also some like weird looking druidic focuses. Um, they are like bright red and thorned versions of the druidic focuses that are listed there.
I would like to um look at them
Yeah,
closely. I'd like to peep them.
absolutely. You're. Could you give me a nature check? I think. Yeah, with a 17. Um, these are some kind of thorned plant that have been selectively bred over a long time. Is something that you can tell. That it is like they're wrapped so that you can hold them, but they are the kind of thing that just like they are barbed thorns. They are like very bloodletty kind of looking things. So there's like a sprig of a plant with a little like a couple of fruited things at the end, fruited flowers. But the whole thing is just like covered in long, and when I say long, I mean like this this section of plant is probably like, let's say, like 3 inches long, right?
Mm-hmm.
The thorns are like an inch each. Like they're huge comparatively. Like an absolutely absurd amount of energy was spent on growing those. As far as like that doesn't look super natural, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so this would be not a plant species I've seen before.
Correct.
Okay, I kind of want to buy one. I also would like to ask the shopkeeper where he got them.
Um, Nina, she will gesture and say that some of the Vistani from the west, she went out to the camp and she traded for it. They said that they'd gotten them from some practitioners of woodland magic, native to Barovia.
Okay, thank you.
Uh,
That's
the
another checkpoint on the quest list.
the vibes are rancid, by the way, from this. Like you pick it up
Yeah.
and it's just like bad, like twisted. Like you can cast your magic through it and it'll come out okay, but it's one of those things where it's like, have you ever like, not to say that like a food is bad or anything like that, but have you ever seen a specific food and felt your gut turn and you knew that you could eat it probably and be fine because other people eat it and are fine, but it is one of those things that's just like if you had any other choice, you wouldn't touch it.
Cheesecake.
Yeah, it could be cheesecake.
Cheesecake or
This is
raisins.
Skrios is cheesecake.
This is how I
Um,
no, this is Julian's cheesecake.
like, just
Creme brulee.
I think like a deep revulsion as soon as you touch it. Like,
Oh, never
not
mind.
even
I
like,
like sorry. I want to eat creme brulee. I just simply cannot.
oh, gotcha.
It's delicious and I do violently revolt.
That's fair. But I think that Skrios, like, I think the
Yeah.
vibes for Skrios are as soon as he touches this thing, it is just bad. Like, it is bad feeling. It is like like a bad sensory input. Um, you can use it as a regular druidic focus, and it doesn't have any penalties for it. But it
Yeah.
doesn't feel good to hold.
Would like to um I would like to wrap it and purchase it for study.
Okay, absolutely.
Bella comes up with the healer's kit, some rations, some parchment, a flask, and some fine clothes. It's like, this will all be good for the basket.
Yeah, I think the healer's kit is it's again, it's mostly things from around here is the thing that you notice in this shop. Whenever possible, like it's hand spun thread instead of like really professional looking stitching thread, right? It's and that's for like some of the stuff. Like not obviously for sutures, it's not going to be that. But like bandages are like rougher kind of like coarse woven bandages. The rations are things like dried wolf jerky and root vegetables more than they are like pemmican or um what's the word I'm looking for? Anything like that. Things that can be like locally produced and dried and stored. Um I think the fine clothes might be the exception here in that a lot of the uh a lot of the fashion and things like that come into Barovia get sold here. This is kind of like the biggest, most affluent town. So you have like a weird mixture of fine clothes to choose from. There are some like uh Victorian style suits, if that makes sense, like a three piece with like the lace frills on the collar and cuffs. There are some that are like more traditional wizard robe style. There are some that are, and it's just like it's not sorted in any way. There's like a basket in the corner that has like nice looking clothes, just kind of like neatly folded or like hung up on clothesline, but not like an Old Navy or whatever, you know? Like just kind of like I
I
think sorted more by color than by style in a way that's very jarring.
think Bella got like a bright red with like yellow accented kind of shirt. It's like,
I
this will bring a little bit of color to the, you know, coffin shop, maybe?
I nod, and while you're going through the clothes, I pick up like a I think I think a deep red scarf with gold embroidery, and I hand it to you because I think it would look good on you, but I don't say anything.
I don't think he'll get too cold enough for this. That is a good scarf.
No, it's for you.
Even better. Love it. Oh, actually, I do need one other thing, and I go diving through the basket again. Definitely messing up some of the knives folding as I'm rifling through everything. There's something in more of a yellow or orange or autumn colors. And I bring up what's definitely supposed to be like a outerwear kind of, not full on jacket, but something you'd wear over the shirt and all that.
Mhm.
It's more like it's closer to a robe, but not fully.
Okay.
Is there
Kind
a
of
way that we could get this altered a bit? I just I figure I'm gonna need a little bit more room, specifically around like the arm bits. Because if I'm gonna be wearing armor under it, I don't want this getting caught.
I think Nina will smile at that and go, yes, absolutely. We can have it done for you. Well, first we'd have to measure you. How far are you thinking let it out? Is there a specific set of armor that you want to wear it over? Is
You're
there
pulling out the plate mail, like chest plate and all that, and the arms, and trying to figure where that. It's gonna get refurbished a bit, but this is the baseline.
uh and I think at that point Nikolai will be like, speaking of, is your wife here? And Nina will be like, she's in the workshop in the back. Um is this metal work that you wanted to do here? And I think Nikolai will nod and just say, yes, well, it's not like we're exactly starved for choice, but also you do good work.
Even better. That way you'll know exactly how big it needs to be. Because I could not tell you the distance between one shoulder and the other if I had a measuring stick. The head gets in the way, you know.
Very funny. Uh, yeah.
I
A
would
Go ahead.
sorry, just decide how many flasks and holy waters can I purchase?
Let me look. I think that holy
I'm
waters
on
might
the
be
list.
another restricted one for me personally, just so you guys don't walk out of here with again like 100 things of holy water.
Yeah.
I think there are like 4 or 5 flasks of holy water here.
We should probably add one to the basket.
Yeah, I'll buy 3.
Okay.
And how many? I just want some more empty glass vials to fill with samples.
There are more of those. It's one of those things where you actually see like uh you see like a little sign next to the holy water and it's like bring the bottle back, get a gold or whatever.
That's
Like
cute.
so there's like a bunch that are there for like 2 gold a pop or something like that. Just like
Okay,
empty flasks and vials that you could use.
cool. So could I get like another 5?
Yeah, for sure.
Grab one of the other vials of holy water and put it into the basket pile that we got going. I mean, he was totally not besieged by several vampires. He might have paranoia.
Like
Is it
eyebrow.
paranoia if he's right?
Who are you asking?
Yes.
um Nikolai will like kind of shrug and go, right, it depends on whether or not it consumes most of his waking days, I would say. Not to speak on paranoia particularly, but caution is a, and he like takes a second to think about what he's gonna say. Acceptable and respectable virtue to have, but overcaution to where it leads to hesitance or stagnation, I cannot find myself tolerating.
I think we should be a little lenient with him currently, as he had those house guests for a while, it seems.
I was incapacitated for a long time, and I boldly seized my second chance at life.
I think you seized your first chance at life too, didn't you?
Yeah. Not to brag.
Let's just gas this guy up.
Do you have any like nice wicker kind of like basket styles here?
Yeah, there are a couple woven. A lot of the material, I think she'll say this to you specifically, like in character. A lot of the materials are actually getting. Yes, we have some for sale, but if that's all we're gonna have for the next couple of weeks, all of the easily weavable stuff I think has been conscripted for the latest festival.
So if we possibly got some of those materials, it would also wait. Nope, hold on. Getting ahead of myself. Focus. In order. What are those big old like? It looks like like an ice cream cone, but for like fruit.
uh,
Uh,
cornucopia.
that's the one.
Uh, I don't have any, unfortunately.
Hmm.
Mostly baskets, barrels, uh, buckets.
I'm gonna just like let's try this, and I grab a scarf, like a mostly square scarf out of the clothing bin,
Yeah.
and I grab some soaps and a thing of perfume, and then I like
Okay.
tie it in like a bindle, like I gift wrap it with the scarf.
Yeah. I think the perfume is gonna look like a potpourri suspended in oil with like a little dabber, like a glass
That's
dabber kind
adorable.
of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although, is this like the gift where we went to the dollar store and saw whatever we thought was nice? Yes.
Oh, we're paying more than $1 for it, but it's not us the ones paying.
Yeah.
So I'll get the largest basket they have. I'll see if we can get a runner to bring the basket back after we've had this delivered. We probably will not be the ones making this run because I'm pretty sure we are not going to be the ones handing it over.
Sorry, this is out of character. I absolutely want to be the ones handing it over.
Hmm.
I think now in character, I think we should be the ones to apologize directly, since it was
Oh, that
Our
will cover that.
error. It was really hard for me not to say your error. I don't really believe it was my fault, but
Yeah, I know. I'm the one who gave you the order. I really didn't think that I was doing that, but I should have foreseen that.
Classic.
Also, I have
Um,
a couple of things I would want to speak to your wife about if she has any of these.
well, if
Uh,
I'm
mhm.
no,
Go ahead,
please
sorry.
continue.
Cause and then I will start bringing out some of the supplies I use to make my trinkets and toys and stuff. It's like I just the wire I have has been starting to fray, and I just need if I can get some more of these little whatchamacalled doohickeys and just bring out all these stupid amount of just cast off metal bits that people would use,
Honestly,
and
I'm
if they're not
surprised you
neat.
didn't ask Blinsky.
uh, His stuff is so nice, but like looks more wooden in the light. I don't know if you'd have all the iron bits. And honestly, I just got this whenever someone didn't need it from the store wagon. Can't have a storehouse in a caravan.
Absolutely. Um, question: do you
Yep.
have horses? How do you carry? Do you so you have a caravan?
I've been a part of multiple caravans.
Yeah. Yes. I'm not trying to like cage you in here, but did did you do you have a pack horse, a cart, a wagon? Like, how do you travel?
Backpack.
Backpack. Um,
he requests horses fairly often.
Let's see if we can just, meet up and group up with some of the caravans. They could always use an extra hand here or there.
um, there's a large Vistani encampment to the southwest that are known for their horse flesh. You might be able to purchase something there if you're interested. I don't believe they have any wagons for sale, but I'm sure something could be arranged. He's like very obviously doing mental calculations on how much he's willing to spend.
Like a full wagon for this small of a group is a little overkill. Like if we could just get a one person sized cart, we could carry most everything in that.
Nodding, he's like mental. Like, I think at this point he pulls out like a scrap sheet of paper, one of the folded bits of parchment that he has, and starts doing like figures and calculations on it. Like,
I go to one of the counters and pick up an abacus and just bring it over to him.
like waves you off, and he's like, "No, no, I prefer to do this myself."
Oh, I was a good. I would have gotten lost 5 minutes in. I just wanted to know if he needed a tool.
Taps the side of his head. Keeps the mind sharp in my age. You understand?
No, but that's probably the difference between us.
Uh,
how old are you?
uh, I think he's probably early 50s, if I had to guess. Uh, I think he says like, "Oh, I'm 52 years old." I keep
I
myself.
remember. I remember my 50s.
How old are you?
204.
I see.
20 something. It's either 4 or 5.
Be-
Uh,
Bella, did you forget your birthday?
I forget what month it is.
But you remember the
We
date.
passed like summer harvest.
I was incapacitated. I'm not sure. Nina, did we pass summer harvest already? And Nina will not.
Okay, 25.
I haven't known you long enough to know your birthday.
It's just like when you're going all over the place, you don't really pay attention necessarily if it's, oh, it's been blah blah blah, or oh, you think of, oh, this town is celebrating this town is celebrating that, and if you just came from the icy roads, maybe you forgot summer's past already, because everything feels hella warmer after that.
My circle traveled a fair amount, and we celebrated each of us in turn, and the passing of the seasons, of course.
The caravan I was with didn't know it, and I didn't want to bother anyone with it.
Nobody you grew up with knew your birthday.
I wasn't with that caravan.
Hmm.
Well,
That caravan's mostly stationary up towards the Sword Coast. They don't go around as much. So I hop off go to here or there and see if anyone needs an extra hand.
Well, in that case, of course. And he looks outside and I think sees Carl and Nikolai Jr. coming with like the big armful of heavy adamantine metal. Happy birthday, Bella.
Thank you.
That's so cute.
um,
This is the best surprise party I've ever had.
Okay, I'm gonna put the scarf on you and say happy birthday.
I can't believe Bella's having a birthday party.
Me neither, and it's probably not your birthday.
No, it's not been for probably a month or two.
Well, you get some time to celebrate. You have to take advantage of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think Nikolai and Carl will kind of stumble in and ask Nina, who's standing there. And Nina, by the way, I think like late 30s, early 40s, shorter woman, little bit fat. Um, I'm imagining like classic RPG shopkeeper outfit, like apron, kind of like a saggy hat, like a pouch that like she wears diagonally across her for no fucking discernible reason. Like you're standing behind a counter, you could just put whatever you needed down on the counter, but they always seem to have like a side pouch or like a big pocket of things uh to really like drive home the fact that they're merchants, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
um I think white curly hair, uh and then she'll be like, "Oh, that'll go into Ava's workshop," and point to a door kind of like to the side where you can, now that you're paying attention to it, hear like filing metal sounds, like metal scraping against metal and the occasional hammering, but you don't get the like bright red glow that implies like it's in use. You know what I mean? She
Mhm.
like goes to pick up some of the plate mail, and then she's like, "Oh, that's heavy. Do you mind grabbing that actually and bringing it over?" And she's
Bella just
talking
scoops
to
it.
you, Bella, at that point.
Bella scoops it up with no hesitation. He's too
Uh,
excited.
yeah. So inside the workshop, there is a, I want to say like 6 foot tall Vistani woman, huge arms, right? Like just built, uh, fucking dark hair, darker skin, um, and it's a fairly respectable blacksmith's workshop. It's one of those things where there's like a couple of scythes on the wall, maybe a pike. Yeah, like a pike for one of the guards that like the cross guard is loose, and so she needs to like rework it. There's a couple suits of chain or scale mail that are kind of like scattered around, but the vast majority of things like this are like basic nails, horseshoes, plows, farming equipment, a couple of like woodsman axe heads. There's like a bucket of arrowheads, kind of loose. And she goes, "Hey, what are you, Ava? Nice to meet you. What's going on?"
The minute Bella walks back here, uh, already like kind of giddy with his birthday shenanigans, you see him brighten up even more and then switch to Vistani tongue and just in full excitement, cousin!
She'll smile at that, and I think like, lower the mask. I'm assuming for some reason I was picturing her wearing like a welder's mask, which wouldn't be lowered in that case. It would be raised on top of her hair. I think short cropped hair. Uh, the kind of scars on her arms that comes from like working a forge without wearing heavy gloves. You know what I mean? Like the little speckled kind of thing going on.
Mhm.
And I think like a nasty looking scar that runs from her like chin up to her hairline on the right side of her face. Um, Says, "Cousin, it is nice to meet you. What can I do for you this day?"
Oh, you know, more than anything, I'm just so glad to see a familiar face in these crazy town. But beyond that, I believe we have a bit of a commission for you. And I start like hold out the chest plate, motion for Skrios to bring the gauntlets and whatnot.
I bring them over.
Okay. She like runs her hand under it, and she's like, "This is pitted, rusted. Where did you get it?"
The Durst House in village of Barovia before we got rid of its haunted lands.
Kind of shakes her head. I'm not terribly familiar with Barovia, unfortunately. Uh,
I whip out the map that I have in my pack and point to the little village. It was the haunted house with like murder ghosts.
okay. Lower, and she's like, if it's from east, it's probably got and she's gonna start like talking about the metallurgic composition and stuff like that. And she's like, so restoration.
And a little bit of upgrade, and we'll motion.
I think Nikolai and Carl are like red faced. This is
Oh,
like
oh, let me help with that.
like
Start.
sweating, like just like this huge fucking slab of metal, right? Like probably 30 pounds or 40 pounds or something like that.
I was just gonna get underneath and scoop up as much as he can.
Yeah, I think for you it's not terribly difficult to lift. You're a fighter, right? You have 20 strength, is that
I
right?
have 20 strength right now.
Yeah, so like you are built, right? That's one of the things. I've always imagined Bella as being like fucking jacked under the armor. Uh maybe not like cut, but strong like an old school boxer is strong, you know, with like fat, or an old school weightlifter, or like a butcher or something like that, like thick, you know.
I like to think he's got like the dancer arms that they don't look like a whole lot, but they can pick up a whole person and just hold them out away from them
Gotcha.
with
So like
perfect pose.
wiry.
Hmm.
Um and Nikolai and Carl just like look at you and they're like, "Wow, I'm glad we didn't try to fight you."
If it's any consolation, I wouldn't have killed you.
It is some consolation, honestly. Carl will say. It'll
I would
turn.
have.
I less consolation then.
Do
I
not
look for
fight
where
me.
she would want to have the adamantine brought.
I think there is a workbench. One of those things that like, and she like very wonderingly runs her hand over it. Um, she'll say, "I'm honored that you would choose me for this, but I must warn you that I am unfamiliar with the working of this. So I," and Nikolai will nod and say, "I expect that about half of this will be necessary to reinforce the armor in ways in which, of course, it will protect the most vital points of the body. You are the expert here, and I would not speak to what those are. However, that does leave about half of the material. Consider it your commission for this piece." And she gets excited and is like, "Excellent. I will have to make sure that's okay with Nina, that you." And he's like, "I will pay as well. But if you're worried about breaking the material, experiment with the material before you try adapting it to the armor. In the interim, is there anything for my friend here that we could either loan or purchase wholesale?" And let me look at heavy armors real quick just to see what would be like grabbable, you know?
While we're looking through that, Bella is digging through his pack, and near the bottom finds an old nail that has been wrapped in wire and molded a little bit to look like a little smith hammer.
Nice.
And we'll give that out.
What are you wearing right now? Chainmail?
Chainmail.
I think there is some splint that would be available. Um, so it'd be basically, I think, a +1 to what you have for the armor for now.
Hell yeah.
While the plate is being worked on.
That's amazing. I believe that brings me up to the same as Anna and AC.
That's funny.
God, I wish that was me.
What do druids wear? What kind of armor
Uh,
do druids get?
I have proficiency with light and medium armor, but it gives you just leather armor to start.
Gotcha. I think there might be some studded leather here, which would give you another one. Which would give you another one. Let me. Yeah, this is a at the very least, that would be easy to knock out, if that makes sense. Like, it's not the same level of work as something like plate mail is, you know?
Right.
Um,
So I gotta sit in the front for like 15 minutes. Will they do that? Like I'm in the laundromat?
yeah, absolutely. If you want it, if you want the
I
studded
do.
leather.
Yeah, I would. I would love a +1 to my AC.
So I think that she like looks your party over and is like, and well, I just want to do this in character because it's fun, you know.
Mhm.
Mhm.
So she's like, so the armor for, and I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Bella Kutari of the and I would list off caravan name originally and my mother's family name that I've not written down.
Gotcha. I think she'll just like give a little half bow and say, Ava, I gave up my name when I gave up the traveling life, but I've picked a new
Any
one
do,
that suits me.
and you wear it wonderfully.
Well, thank you, Bella. Um, my apologies for not having a gift to exchange, but I hope that the armor suits you well in the interim. And she will turn to you and like questioningly, and your name?
Grios?
Well, not
My
Skrios.
bestie.
It appears to me as though the armor you're wearing is that, just to confirm, you seem the magical type. Just regular leather armor?
Yeah, it's Elkide.
Elkide, I see. I could reinforce it with some additional protection. Some It should not constrain you in any way, but it would perhaps cover a few more of your vital spots.
Nod.
Take me.
I nod and just start unbuckling it.
Okay. It'll probably take, and she's like, whatever, right? Like,
Yeah.
you live in a caravan long enough, you people fucking shower, right? Like, you get to a river, everyone's fucking naked in the river, right? Like, whatever.
Well, I still have my robe. The leather kind of fits on top of it, so
Gotcha.
I'm not actually any more nude. It's just I just look more like a monk.
Gotcha. Um, but I think
Kind of a
she'll,
pajamas vibe.
um, and she'll like, any restrictions on, I know that some, and again, excuse me for assuming, but you appear to be a naturalist of some sort. And I know that some do not like to wear metals. They feel as though it interferes with their connection to the world. So, just to confirm.
Uh no, I'm a druid and I have no such compunction.
Okay. And we'll start pulling out like rivets, like little studs, basically, that she will just kind of. I'm imagining these like the buttons that you put into jeans. You know what I mean? Where
Mhm.
it's
Mhm.
like there's a spike on the back and you just kind of hammer it in real quick.
Yeah.
Um, and she'll like, but if you want to wait in the front, there's a nice seating area. I'm sure that Nina would be happy to make you some tea. And Nina's like, don't volunteer me for things.
While this conversation's going on, Bella's gonna take a piece of parchment and write some notes and a quick drawing, and hand it to what was the blacksmith's name?
Ava, I put it in the
Ava.
chat.
There it is. I kept saying Anna in my head. I'm like, no, that's our party member.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna hand it to Ava. It's like, if you can, I have some ideas for the leather. If you want to look at that, if you can't, I understand, but it would be a cool idea.
I will keep it in mind. What does it look like? What is the drawing?
I'm gonna message you that real quick.
Okay, for sure. Yeah. Like 15, 20 minutes pass. I think that Nina is happy to entertain, but it's one of those things where it's like, oh, a running joke almost between them. I think she'll explain that actually, that like Ava will always like push the hosting duties off because Nina runs the front of the store and people don't like to sit in a blacksmith shop. um and Nina's like, now I wouldn't mind if she just asked me first, but of course it's, well, I'm sure Nina wouldn't mind, and that gets on my nerves, you understand?
I just go like, yeah, and then I sip my tea.
I think
I
it's
think
one of those problems with translating from Vistani because it when you say I'm sure they don't mind is supposed to be an asking, but that kind of common doesn't have that.
the way that Common has that is going, Nina, would you mind?
Yeah. Completely alien.
I chuckle.
But I think that there are like, I think that I think that she has like maybe not cakes or cookies, but like biscuits, like traveling biscuits that she lays out. Some tea that's like local, probably like mint tea or something like that. With you know what? There's a bee in a cage on the map. Let's say that they have honey. Why not?
Yes.
Let's say that that's the local apiarist. Uh, and so I think like mint tea with honey and some like biscuits, maybe like a jam or something like that that you guys can like munch on while you're waiting for this armor to be done. Uh, Eric, was that enough time? Did I vamp long enough for you to send it?
Yep, I just sent it.
Perfect. Perfect.
While we're having this conversation, Bella is definitely like got out a little bit of not quite pliers, but working something so he can make a small wire basket that's like a Monopoly figure size. And then we'll be giving that to Nina.
I just realized that Abby has been messaging us because my Discord is in
Yes.
streamer mode right now.
It's the best.
um, love this. I love this whole experience. Fucking God, incredible. Absolutely incredible. So I think after this, Nina is going to like get the set of scales out to start measuring, and Nikolai is going to like take a dagger out of his, maybe not like a dagger, maybe I'm imagining more like a hunting knife, you know?
Mhm.
Um, and like take his sheet of calculations out and like the circled figure that he has there that he was like keeping a running tally of everything you guys bought, and just like with one like very precise motion score the gold bar, the second gold bar in a very specific place, and then just drive the knife through the rest of it. um and she'll like pull out a couple of scales, Nina will, and start putting weights on it with the estimated price of everything that you guys are getting. Not terribly expensive for the most part. And you added everything to your character sheets, right?
Yeah.
That you wanted. Okay.
I didn't add the bits that we're putting in the basket.
Okay, that's fine because you're not going to
Yeah,
keep
I
those on
didn't
you.
add gift basket. Yeah.
But basically, as long as you guys are in town, there's like a running tab for you at the shop. So if you need any adventuring gear, you can pop by here, and Nikolai is good for it. You know?
Great. Yeah,
I plan to
our
use the sealing
sugar
wax to
daddy.
seal the card, though.
Bella's sugar daddy, and I'm also here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, after everything gets paid, I think that you're like, okay, so it's like half that gold bar or whatever, right? And then he hands the first entire gold bar over, and then half of the second. So like for the armor,
Okay, that makes more sense.
plate and splint are very expensive. And I think even though Ava was like, oh yeah, we'll loan this part to you until you get it done, and then we'll come back, we'll fit you for the plate, you'll return that. He's like, why return the armor? Just have two sets of armor in case one goes bad. That makes sense to me.
In case one goes bad. It's a banana. What could it cost?
Yeah, right. Listen, you get stabbed to death or whatever one time, and all of a sudden you're paranoid about armor failing.
That's a fair point.
Just wear them both. You seem ripped. Just wear them both.
Walking out like a fucking Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man. Skrios, I think that Ava comes out of the workshop not terribly long after, and the studs are arranged in a specific formation. Not arranged in a specific formation. They're like evenly spaced an inch apart, right? But there are most of them are painted or like charred black, except for a few in a specific constellation that Bella had outlined in the drawing.
Happy birthday!
Aww.
So it is like studded armor, and The bright studs are arranged in a specific star sign, whatever you want it to be. I'm assuming whatever constellation Skrios is a part of, but I have no idea
Yeah.
what that looks like.
Yeah, me neither, but,
Okay,
yes, absolutely.
cool.
Um,
Off the one that your cloak keeps developing holes in.
yeah. Did you actually in character, did you shout happy birthday?
Yes, I did.
I think I'm kind of flustered, so I'm like I take the armor and I'm like, it's not my birthday."
Still the best birthday present I've received today.
But yeah, you can add studded leather to your armor sheet,
Already did.
which
Thank you for the armor.
absolutely you're
Thank you
slightly
for the
less.
yeah, I'm slightly less squishy. Thank you for the embellishment, bestie.
You know, I figured if we're gonna prevent it from getting the holes, the best option is just to have it already there, and I think it will suit you well.
I mm, thanks.
Oh, I am making the gayest character I possibly can. I love him.
Yeah, I am also just I think discovering for the first time that I am gay because I don't think I've had an opportunity to have a crush on anyone before. Like, I was thinking about this before we started playing. I was like, maybe it's like when I was like younger, like elementary, junior high age kind of thing. I probably had a crush on somebody from afar and then kind of dismissed it and turned to my studies because I knew it wasn't going to go anywhere because nobody fucking liked me. And I have not thought about it since then. So I'm kind of like, actually, now that you mention it, he is kind of lean, huh? He's kind of wired. He's kind of strong.
It's very funny. Chris and Bella's no good, very bad relationship.
Would this
I'm gonna
campaign
be
be us if it wasn't this?
I'm gonna be your dirt bag boyfriend. Literally, I have a bag of dirt.
Nice.
Yeah,
Is it separate from the ones with the moss?
I have several. Well, those are in vials.
Ah,
And they're molds. They're not mosses. They're molds. The molds are in vials, and the dirt can be in a bag because there's no reason to contain it that securely.
the mosses are on very carefully prepared slabs of slate, please.
Dishes, yes. If you're going to take an interest in my studies, at least pay attention.
it's like devils and demons. I know they're important, but I cannot figure which way I'm looking.
Abby.
Mosses, molds, they both begin the same, and I'm pretty sure when I read them, my eyes just hit those first two letters and go, got it, and move on.
They're entirely different, and do not even get me started on lichen.
Aren't those werewolves?
Mm.
Wait, moss can become werewolf?
No,
Nicola
lichen are
will
werewolves.
say. Like very obviously baiting Skrios, right? Like
I
Completely
put my head
different.
in my hands.
I just learned that today, but they are completely different. One is a plant, one is an animal.
I changed my mind about having a crush on you.
The most intense kind of crush. Friends to lovers to enemies to lovers to friends to enemies to lovers.
This is idiots to lovers, but it's both the speed run and the full play.
Anyway, hold on. I have to take my headphones off to take my hoodie off, so I won't be able to hear you guys for a second.
Okay.
Quick, say nice things about Skrios.
Skrios is a very interesting character and probably one of the characters I've had the most fun DMing for.
Skrios has some
Okay.
of the best liners that we've ever had. Hey, welcome back.
Hi, I'm back. I just heard you complimenting me.
Yeah. I said Skrios is probably one of the best characters and most interesting that I've ever had the pleasure of DMing for.
Oh, thank you. I was worried he might be a little boring.
Anyone who like is torn in a real fundamental way between like duty and personal expression is a
It-
deeply compelling character to me.
Yeah, I think it's interesting as well, but I always worry because I'm, like, kind of a silent type, and I'm like, well, mostly I kinda hang around in the background until I make a big mistake,
um,
which is fun for me, but
can I get you guys to make a perception check, by the way, while you're putting the
ab
armor on?
absolutely.
That's on
Uh,
Oh.
brand.
yeah, I think Bella's too busy looking at Skrios. uh, Skrios, you notice that Ava has some like really interestingly pieces of armor that like when she goes to like bring stuff out, if that makes sense, you get a glimpse of it for a moment, and it's like, what the fuck would that go on? You know, it's like not horse barding, but definitely for something with four legs.
Okay. Do you have personal projects in the back?
Uh, yes.
From what I could see, they look quite beautiful. Can I ask, uh, to see them fully?
Um, and she like thinks for a second. Could you give me a persuasion?
Yeah,
Hold
I'm
on.
so
I would like to give advantage because Bella is going to be like very excited, like passion projects. I love those.
Take the health action, absolutely, to give advantage.
Yep.
uh, so it's just advantage, okay.
Yep.
Oh, not bad.
Not bad.
For us,
Um,
it's great.
Yeah, I got a 0 on
yeah. So I think that she'll be like, yeah, I had somebody commission me for some work. I'd be happy to show it off, but it is unfortunately not for sale. And
Of
she'll lead
course.
you back, and uh, there is like sketches on I think like kind of crinkly vellum of armor that would fit on a tiger. Um, what's up?
It's just cool.
That's
Yeah,
perfect.
I think like very very carefully made, like uh protect the throat, protect like the hamstring area. Not super heavy, but the kind of thing that like would really amp up the killing power of say a saber-toothed tiger. for
Yeah,
no for no
no
uh
particular reason.
no particular inspiration on that one.
That reminds me,
Looks
after dinner, we
fun.
got to go pet the kitty.
Sorry.
Rictavio specifically. I can show you the cat, but please don't try to interact with it without me present. It could go
Yeah.
poorly. Bella.
After dinner. After dinner, he would have to feed it. He said after it was fed, it's okay.
That's true.
Oh, oh my god. Um, I'm gonna kind of, like, pour over the sketches a little bit and, like, compare them because 'cause I'm like, "This is actually quite interesting." Normally, when I change form, I just have my armor absorb into my person, but having an additional set for other forms would be
Um,
probably beneficial.
what forms are you most often transformed into?
Well, truly, most often I just transcend my corporeal form and become an avatar of the night, but I've also been a wolf and a spider.
Wolf, I think I might be able to do something for. Spider, I don't know.
I
Maybe
could become a larger spider,
how
He's one of the
large?
smaller
like
slime.
a
I have a
wolf-sized
symbol he could use.
spider.
A wolf-sized spider. I might have to take your, and you don't lose. This isn't like a lycanthropy thing where you.
No.
Okay. I might
It's
have to
more of a moss thing.
take your take your measurements before I commit to designing spider armor.
Have you had a lot of these clients? Have any of them gone out yet, or are these the first drafts?
This is the first draft. It's for, well, I believe that the carnival master thinks that dressing the tiger up will be an interesting addition to his routine. I am not 100% sure what it adds, other than a kind of protection for the tiger itself, which I can't say I'm against.
I mean, it
I
could really sell a story if he's trying to, spin a tale with it.
I should hope that the tiger's not in any danger to begin with.
I
I'm not
agree.
sure that that kind of animal should be in captivity.
Just like nodding along. And she like shrugs and says, "I'm not about to argue with a man with a tiger, though."
When we go visit, you should ask how he's feeling.
Yeah, I could speak with the tiger. I'll speak with the tiger and let you know if it's being well looked after.
If you are gonna spring it loose, please don't do it in the town. I feel like
Okay.
that would be confusing for the tiger and the people the tiger was eating.
I understand.
Mitch, could
Yeah.
I spend gold figuratively to have like a small gem, like have that as be one of my like little trinkets I had in my pack?
Don't you have a couple of gems and things like that you
Gold
looted
does.
from the? Oh, gotcha. I think there
Alright,
might
so
be a couple of gemstones for sale. I think they'd be like tumbled, but not especially well cut. If that makes
I'm looking for
sense.
a cat's eye.
A cat's eye. Cat's
Uh,
eye.
I don't remember what type it is. There's like cat's eye jewelry.
Jasper, maybe?
I think so. It's usually like a green.
Cat's eye quartz? Is it just quartz? Chrysoberyl?
All I know is it's called a cat's eye pendant or a cat's eye necklace.
It lenses the light together or has the strip running through it.
Thymophane?
This is what I'm thinking of.
Chrysoberyl. Chrysoberyl.
Yeah, that's the one I was looking at. If I just Google cat's eye, I get Stephen King's Cat's Eye.
Yeah, natural cat's eye is chrysoberyl. It exhibits a chatoyancy, which is formed from fibrous inclusions or cavities from yeah. Yeah, it's called chrysoberyl.
Nice.
I don't know how to fucking pronounce it.
I learned something today.
Cool.
But I was wanting to like pull one out and ask if like they could add that as a filigree for the armor.
Like, where are you thinking? Like, oh, on the tiger armor,
Yeah.
everything is silicate and that's quartz. This says it's some kind of illuminate of beryllium, which is interesting.
Or if we wanted to be more on the nose, there's always the tiger's eye. That's that orangey yellow. Yeah. Oh, hey. I've never seen
Oh,
the
a tiger's
red.
eye is cooler. Yeah.
I like a tiger's eye.
That'll work too.
That
I just thought
is
first thing of cat's eye, and I was like, I know that's a green one, but tiger's eye, that's a little more on the nose.
some kind of rock, it says. But yeah, I think
I
that's not.
sent a pic.
Oh yeah, love that. That looks like a frog eye. That looks like
I do.
the hypnotoad.
All hail.
Oh. But yeah, I think that's doable.
So it's like
Oh.
get one of those out. And it's like, can you add this as just like a, even if it's like on the top of the helmet bit or whatnot, as just like a little bit of razzle to the dazzle.
I think she'll start like looking over the sketches, and the chest piece like isn't finished yet, but it's one of those things where not even like chest piece. I've been imagining like a very open kind of, so it doesn't restrict freedom of mobility for an armored tiger.
More of a barding than a full suit.
Yeah, but I think that there should like it'd be able to. You could probably fit that in on like a forehead or around the neck or right in the center of the back kind of thing in a way that wouldn't be. Let's say it's like a weird tiara thing. That sounds fun. That sounds carnival-y.
Cute.
I'd watch
Nice.
it. If somebody said Tiger King. Wait, that's a thing already. Tiger Prince. That's not a thing. I can fucking thinking on the fly, brain going 10,000 miles an hour. So he's like, "Behold the great Tiger Prince! I rescued him from the coal mines of Brangdathor."
Yeah. You take it again.
Yeah, behold the Tiger Prince! I rescued him from the coal mines of Brangathor.
Take it again.
Behold the Tiger Prince, rescued from the depths of the dangerous coal mines of Brangathor, where he was kept as a threat to keep the enslaved workers aligned. Beryllium is a silicate. You don't like Brangothor?
No, I just Crom's lore.
Yeah, for sure. I'm sticking to Brangothor though. I'm imagining,
And the
he
dick.
Rictavio is one of those people. Listen, the plain Croms lore, right? We're already there.
Yeah, we did it. Yeah, we went there.
I'm just thinking that Rictavio is one of those, you know.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Does he write stuff down beforehand? Absolutely not. Is it
No.
really funny when he's doing tricks with what is ostensibly a beast of war and making up ad libbing fucking lore about it as he's doing backflips with a tiger? Absolutely.
I will not have anyone say anything against that.
I'm not complaining.
Octavio's that kind of guy.
We're just laughing maniacally.
Mitch is that kind of guy.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, whenever I think D&D bard, I'm like, what's the most fucking unhinged version of myself that exists? Like, if I had magic powers and was fairly convinced of my own fucking inviolable might, I would be worse. I'd be worse in a way that's fun to be around, but I would absolutely be worse.
Oh, yeah, it's fun.
Strictly speaking, I think we'd all be worse if we had magic powers.
Oh, for real. I was just talking to Dylan about that last night because we were watching Mob Psycho 100, and I was like, if I was a psychic child, it would have gone bad.
Yeah, right. Big ups to Mob. Big ups to Regan.
Big ups to Mob, yeah, because I wouldn't have had that kind of restraint.
What's your? We can get into it later, but I do want
Yeah,
to
we can talk
ask
about
you.
we're
I
not.
do want to ask you your feelings about that blonde asshole.
Okay, I will. We'll talk about it later because I have a lot of thoughts about it. It's a good show.
But yeah, you guys can finish up shopping. I think if you have
I
any,
have,
what's up?
I have an important question. How cold is it in Barovia / the place that we just came from?
Like the village of Barovia, or
The land in general. It
um,
strikes me as kind of chilly.
I think that's right. I think it's one of those things where it's also like wet cold, if that makes
Yeah,
sense. Where it's
yeah.
like when the fog rolls in, it can get like bad, you know. Not you haven't seen it snow here yet, but I've been imagining like early to mid fall, kind of,
Yeah,
uh,
yeah.
with the
It's
mist
like
rolling in and sucking the heat out of
dewy,
everything.
and
Yeah.
in the morning it's got a little frost. Yeah, okay. Because I guess I'm wearing boots in general, then I'm probably Drew's Grios with boots on because I thought it was a chilly area, but I want you to know that right now while I've been sitting and waiting for my thing, I've just been like sipping tea and I have like sandals, like flippies, because
You got your slides
because
on.
I got my slides on, I got my druid. Well, they're probably Birkenstocks to be honest, but
Oh, of
um
course.
because they're like I don't know, it's kind of a druid, it's a druidic sandal, I guess, in my mind. But yeah, I'm at the laundromat with my slides.
Birkenstock sandals. I have to Google it. Oh, I got you. Yeah.
Yeah, like the brown leather strap kind of
Yeah, for
sandals.
sure.
They're I do not believe that my toenails are painted, even though my fingernails are definitely.
Gotcha. Well kept or just Skrios have stanky feet?
Do I have to, I think he has stanky feet. I do think, I'm sorry, I think he doesn't care and that he's got fucked up toenails.
Yeah, I think that Nina will like light a candle.
I've been wearing the same boots this whole time and I only have one pair of socks.
Will not like make a comment about it, but will absolutely light a scented candle.
I'm just like, oh, it's very nice. Like,
Yeah, it's a nice nice ambience.
nice ambiance.
Um Maybe not like a scented candle, maybe like an incense stick. That sounds
Oh,
that
that's nice.
that feels more right than a scented candle. A scented candle like implies some stuff about like manufacturing and scents and things like that. Like you could theoretically steep like mint or like potpourri or something like that in candle wax and like strain it out, I guess, before you set it. I don't actually know how extracting oils for candles works, but it feels like a step
Like a difficult
to
process at best. Maybe Strahd has some scented candles, but not everyday shop keeps.
yeah,
What
like
about like honeycomb wax? Get like a slightly honey scented.
that's fair. I think that would work better for like I don't know how that would smell burnt, but I could see it being a thing, you know?
Hmm. Like it
Um,
wouldn't be all of it, obviously, but like you use some honeycomb wax to get a light honey scent.
That sounds like it would work, and it's imaginary. So let's just say that it does smell faintly of honey, and that the Vistani can have the incense because that's cool.
yeah.
Not
Yeah.
to not to backseat DM.
No, there's bee stuff here. That works. That's fine. I'm cool with it. Um, one of those things. Oh, maybe that's it. Maybe it's you put a couple of drops of like scented oil once the candle starts to melt or whatever, so it like diffuses out, you
Oh,
know?
There you go.
we figured out how to have scented candles in Barovia, and I
Yeah.
feel accomplished.
We
I think we should
fucking
level up.
Yeah. Are you sure? Is that the it cuz if you want the zone enemy for this place to be Skrios's foot stench, we can make that happen. But I don't think that covering it up will count as defeating it. Like you got to this has to be a lifestyle change. Like
Okay, that's really, really funny, and I'd be willing to have Bella take me aside and be like, "Bestie, I'm sorry, you need a pedicure," and we
yeah,
I'm buying a loofah just for your feet.
you guys get like washed up and ready to go before you ask how to summon devils.
Yeah, because the devil's gonna be like, "This bitch has stanky feet, and I can smell them from even though they're inside the boots." And then I'm just gonna be so bullied that I fail. I get disadvantage on my checks.
Vicious
No, I'm
mockery.
sorry. I just don't think he has nice feet because why would he? He's not.
No, I agree. I think that's true to the
Oh,
character. I just didn't know if moon elves had like preternaturally nice feet.
well, no, they're just regular. I don't think that elves, aside from being very long-lived, have that much of a special. Like they're
They don't
not
have
Tolkien
they don't
elves.
have Tolkien tweak magic, is what you're saying.
Yeah, they don't have permanently never needs a shower. They're not Sims never nudes. They're not, they're just like guys with pointy ears. Like it's not that some of them can see in the dark. Like it's not that fancy. It's not like I can stain my clothes. I can have shitty toenails.
Yeah, for sure.
Hmm.
Oh, I hate it. I hate thinking about my character's terrible feet.
Yeah, I'm glad that we went on like a 30-minute foot
I know.
diversion.
I'm glad we're dwelling on it.
I can go back and listen to this on the VOD too to see if the humor holds up. Fucking
Mhm.
incredible. Yeah,
Uh,
so I feel like are there any other like little scenes that we wanted to have before we cut the shop stuff?
unless Bella
So
wants to take one of the soaps out of the gift bag and give it to me, I think we're fine.
Bella has his own soaps.
Take
Do
He
I
a
get
definitely shares it when it's uh, obvious we're all bathing, but it's just like, nah, this is normal.
I'm sorry, do we bathe together?
If the group bathes, I figure like
you
Bella
guys
hands it out when
I
someone
don't think
goes.
Anna bathes.
you did before
Hmm.
with the shape
Yep, we
water.
did have that shower scene.
Oh, we had a just call it a shower scene. Um,
How
no,
else
you're
would you
right.
describe using magic to make water rain from the sky like a shower head?
That's true. Don't that no, that's I forgot about that. That's true. Never
Yeah.
mind. I guess we do bathe together.
Fucking yeah. Uh, the thing that I'm surprised doesn't happen is that nobody takes a bite out of like a scented soap. Like that's what is honestly shocking me at this point. Uh, yeah. So did you decide on whether you want to deliver the gift basket yourselves or
I would very strongly like to deliver it personally.
okay?
Bella would concede to that.
Are you dressing up for this? Is this like I'm not saying I'm just asking basically if this is like a period where Skrios is going to replace his robe with a slightly less fucked up robe.
I don't think there's anything wrong with my robe. I think it's very nice, and if other people have a problem with it, I have not noticed.
Gotcha. China had
Bella's always
candles
wearing
that
nice clothes.
changed scents to mark the hour. That's sick.
Yeah, we're getting some very interesting,
Candle lore.
scented candle lore. Um, I could I could make bayberries. I could have a real good side hustle as a druid.
MLM.
No, I don't need it to be an MLM. I could just like go into town and be like, "Hi, I have druid craft. What berries do you want?"
What berries would you like?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm a fucking creep. What berries suit your purposes?
Don't ask about the good berries.
You haven't tried the good berries yet.
That hasn't
You
happened yet,
haven't
but that
tried the
will
good
definitely
berries yet. You don't know about my berries.
Bella doesn't. I do.
Yeah. So I think Bella's wearing like the nice bright red scarf, the new fucking heavy splint mail, bad
I feel
berries
like
and
Bella would
bayberries.
take the armor off to not appear threatening.
Okay.
So it's like, give me like 10 minutes when we get to the. I wouldn't put the new armor on.
I think as you guys are walking over, there's like two guards who like are walking past you and like distinctly look away from you guys. Like they're like searching, like looking in stalls and things like that.
Oh, I didn't see those guys. I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird. If I don't see them, I don't
Weird.
have to arrest them. I
Yeah.
heard they killed 5 vampires.
I think it was 6. Pretty sure it was 6.
Yeah, but you guys took the blue guy's clothes, so it's just a pile of ash. That could be part of another
Oh,
vampire.
That's fair.
that's funny. Well, yeah, we did. Anyway, we also killed the guy whose house it was, and we're going to apologize.
You know that
I think maybe
fucking scene where the stormtrooper like sees what Kylo Ren is doing?
goes
And then-
nope and then turns around.
yeah.
Yeah. God, that was a really important self-aware moment in that movie, huh?
That is the best
That
scene
was
with a
very
stormtrooper
funny.
I've ever seen.
Yeah.
That's by far the most characterization and the best characterization we got out of the entire sequel trilogy.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one guy being like, "Oh, not today, not me."
It's so much easier to report that you lost the message you were supposed to deliver than it is to walk in on fucking man-child Sith having a temper tantrum.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Um, anyway, no, I think maybe I have my hood down because I feel like that's less intimidating.
Bella has the hood and the scarf up until we get there, and then he pulls it down,
Yeah.
presents himself a little bit better.
all right.
I'm holding the basket.
I think Nikolai is just like off to the side, like keeping an eye on you guys, but like he wants no part in this.
This is gonna feel really weird, like deja vu, and just start knocking on the door.
Nikolai's like, I already bribed this guy. I don't understand the basket.
It's more about an apology than
uh, you knock
making
on the
amends.
door, and I think Ernst opens the door, right? Because Ernst was gonna watch over him and help him like get his stuff to the inn without getting jumped, right?
Yeah.
So like Ernst is there, and he like cracks the door open. He's like waiting and like very obviously holding something next to the door frame. Like he's gonna
Uh,
blackjack someone, and then like fucking sees it's you guys, closes the door, unlatches the chain that he's screwed into the back of it, and opens the door up.
okay, that feels like probably the most necessary addition to this establishment that we hadn't thought of. Good on you. Thank you.
I doubt
Uh,
it would stop a vampire.
no, but it would stop us for a moment for him to run out the back door.
Well, I figure I don't have to stop a vampire. It's one of those things where like, well, also I'm not gonna invite you in, so if you can walk in, good on you. But that's not on me, you know. And I think that the old man starts like opening the door from the kitchen, and he's like, who? Oh, you're back.
Yes,
Uh,
Hello.
we would like to apologize, and we got you. And I nudge Skrios forward a little bit with
Yeah,
the.
I step forward and I hold out the gift basket. We're here to apologize.
uh, thank you. I appreciate it. Um, and the basket is lovely.
I was gonna like do a full bow at the waist, full 90-degree angle.
I watch you do it for a second, and then I do the same, I follow suit. Um, and when we, like, get back up, I'm like, "Typically, I aim to ensure that my destruction is focused on deserving targets. Our judgment was an error.
I
It
was
is
afraid
not
the
yet your
vampires would get a
time."
warning. I didn't think. Oh,
Oh, I do understand. You are adventurers, and sometimes it makes a mistake. I am happy I didn't die, so I will say that. But on the upside, if I did, it'd be the perfect place for it.
more than that, we want to make sure
I don't laugh.
we were not intending anything in that, and we are very sorry. And I will make sure that that will not happen again as best I can.
He'll nod and take the gift basket from you, like poke around in there. Uh, is yeah. I think he's wearing like, what would he be wearing? I think like an open chest kind of. It's an older gentleman. I want to say like probably mid to late 60s. Uh, like white hair, white beard. Uh, probably like I'm thinking for. I keep thinking like an open chest kind of shirt, like something that's like a little bit more. Uh,
Like
what?
a poet shirt.
Yeah, exactly. Like roughly a little bit like white with the one thing of buttons. And you can see like the kind of like edges of the scar tissue on his like shoulder and chest. It does make like you can see it's like kind of jagged edge, like a starburst looking style thing.
The shirt replacement I got for him is definitely got looser where it would allow more room, but would cover the whole area for him.
Gotcha. Yeah. I think he'll like shrug the jacket on and be like, "Oh, lovely. With winter coming up, this will be useful." Uh I listen, and he'll like pull a chair out from his workstation and like sit down and set the basket down. I I am an old man. I thought for sure when I realized what was in those crates that when they spoke to me and went out into the town and came back, I thought that this was the end of my life. And when I saw you cast that spell and when I was on the ground, I thought, "Ah, what a sad ending. What a moment of like an insignificant moment to an insignificant life." And he like sits down and takes a second to think about it and he goes, "And then your friend came and woke me up and I'm alive. And I want to do things. I want to be better. I want to see things and talk to people. I may not have long left, but it was a bit of a wake up call. So, in a strange way, I think I have to thank you. Um, so, thank you for your apology, but the bulk of it was done when you cleared those beasts from my house, I think. But I still appreciate the effort."
The best will be when we clear the land of its curse itself.
Just like rubs the impact wound and like I think this is the first person who like believes that you'll do it, you know? Like
Aw.
no caveat, no like I have no better options, the kind of like there's none of like the calculation that's in Nikolai, you know? It's
Mhm.
just
This is
like
a man who expected to die when a bunch of vampires went into his house and saw someone just completely wipe the vampires out, going
yeah.
like, you know,
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly
you
that.
screwed fate once, why not again?
Yeah. Um so I think there's just like a smile, right? Like a small hopeful, maybe the second person, maybe after Milovosh, right? Uh,
Fair.
but like a small hopeful smile, you know, like the kind of like the kind of uh social rank up, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
um, but yeah, I think he'll grin uh and he'll like dab at the so the Um, the perfume I see, I understand, and that will be helpful in my work. This vial of water?
Holy water.
Ah, I see. Like to test the bodies?
That's probably a smarter application. I just figured after someone had such an experience, having that might be a reassurance.
Mm, I appreciate it. Thank you again, Bella. And if there's anything you need from me, please do not hesitate to let me know.
Not to be too offensive, but we have hopes to avoid too much need of your services.
And he like laughs at that and he goes, I'm also a skilled carpenter. It's not just the coffins.
That we might come back for.
But yeah, I think he walked in and he was like fearful and afraid, and by the end of it, he's like, not 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 100% cool with you. You know, it's not one of those things where it's like you shoot someone and then you give them a gift basket and then it's cool. You know, but like
Yeah.
does honestly believe it's an accident. Like does believe that you guys are here to do what you said you're here to do. You know.
Cool. Well, let's not overstay our welcome.
He smiles. He nods like gratefully at you. Uh, says, yes, and in the same vein, I hope I don't see you too soon. It says
That's
and
also
like
a fair concern.
laughs.
Thank you. Another short bow, and then we'll head on out.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Nikolai will like fall into step with you. Go well.
Better than expected.
Excellent.
I hope the
Well,
next revelation we can bring him is showing him what the night sky looks like with all this gesturing to the mists and the fogs out of the way.
like nods. It's a rare night. Sometimes when the bits of the heavens fall in, the sky clears enough to get a glimpse beyond. But it is a rare event.
Do you have an idea how common that is? Is it a regular occurrence?
I could check. I'm sure there's an almanac somewhere that has the dates written down, but I don't have them memorized. I'm unfortunately not a scholar in that way. Anywhere else we needed to go, or was it time to visit my wife?
I
N-
believe that's the next destination. Do we have a.
yeah, no, that's it. I would love to read some local almanacs,
Why'd you
but that
say
can
that
wait.
like John Mulaney? Was that in
I
character?
would love to read some local almanacs.
Is that Skrios when he gets excited about almanacs? He just fucking wild shapes into John Mulaney.
He turns into Spider Pig. Yeah. No.
Like,
I got
oh,
excited.
wowzers. I can't believe it. You read the corn yields this year?
It's very interested in that kind of thing. No, that's not in character. Well, it would. Well, here I'll take a. I would love to read some local almanacs, but I'm sure it can wait until after we converse with the demon.
We can see if we can get
Devil.
one of those to read
I
while we
know.
set it up.
Uh, sorry, you can see what?
We could see about getting one of those that we can peruse through while we set up the demon summoning machine thing.
Hmm. I think devil's still in. Be careful where you say that. We are in public now.
Right.
Right.
Both of us. Oh yeah.
No, that's fair.
Like, how about this? You both proceed towards the water house. I'll stop by and see if Nina has any almanacs from the last couple of years.
Good plan. Good plan.
Um, so yeah, you guys split up. You head towards the water house. He heads over to haggle over some old books. I'm
Sweet.
assuming more like pamphlets, honestly, but or like amateurly bound books. You know what I mean?
Yeah, zines.
Yeah,
Druid zines.
druid zines, farmer zines, right? Like,
Yeah.
Indeed.
uh,
Oh, we should have gotten something nice for Mrs. Watcher, Lady Watcher.
Yeah.
Too late now. We're too far, but that would have helped sell the whole being.
Let's move those guys off into the corner. Let's.
Okay, I'm doing a bit right now, but like, so I know that this is medieval fantasy
Yeah.
and that there are not doorbells unless but maybe for wizards, but I imagine Skrios going to the door and just going ding dong.
Very monotone.
So I don't do that. I knock, but it would be funny if I did.
I think none of those guys are here. I think that there's a knocker on this door, right?
I
Oh,
hardly know
definitely.
her.
Like I want to say that there's one that's like flirting with the edges of being improper. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Like a gargoyle face that's very
That's like
obvious
particularly
fiendish, yeah.
yeah.
But I think
Now,
that
this is supposed to be off-putting, but I do kind of like the workmanship on this one.
Buffy will slide it open and like see that it's you and like it's the elf again. Like, should I let him in? And
I'm here too.
you hear and the other one. The
I'm the other one here.
not the big porcelain golem.
Automata, and she's sentient.
um yeah. I think after like probably too long to be polite. You
Yeah.
know? Like it's one of
Yeah.
those
Don't
things where it's
notice.
like almost a minute that you guys are just standing at the door while they go to talk about it and then like comes back to let you in.
Thank you.
She'll see you in the reception area and like steps back and gestures at the
Is that the room
Thank
with the
you.
couches?
yes.
Not the one behind the fire, but the one in with the main room.
There's several fires.
I think it's
I
like
don't know.
one banked fire, if that makes sense, that goes all the way through.
Oh, that's kind of
And
cool.
then a chimney that goes up, you know? And that's why it's so good for eavesdropping, but also like you wouldn't
Yeah.
expect to look through the fireplace and see something on the other side.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit self-contained.
Hmm.
I think that sounds right.
Okay, but we are out in the open living room area, not in the smaller room.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Unless you guys want to go to the eavesdropping room because that's kind of funny, but
It just seems cool. What time of day is it?
um let's
Is it the
see.
afternoon?
I think it's the afternoon, right? Because everything else kind of this is still the same day that you guys fucking did everything else, right? Like you woke up,
Mhm.
you had the meeting with the Mardikovs, you went to the church to return the bones, you went and talked to uh the I'm forgetting her name right now. The girl, the daughter, Stella.
Hmm.
Uh you brought to the church uh you brought her to the church, you exorcised the demon, you went on your little shopping spree. I think like it's starting to get like the sun is not starting to set, but is certainly like low in the sky. You know, it's like mid to late afternoon.
Okay, well, in that case, I say good afternoon.
Good afternoon. What can I do for you? Where is my husband with you? I thought he was with
Uh,
you.
he's coming. He is bringing. I've already
He's
forgotten what he's getting.
he's doing some research on our behalf.
That's it. He should be bringing some research material with him.
Okay. Um,
We have need of your expertise.
I think that her. Please take a seat. What expertise exactly? As a priestess, as
Summoner
ah,
of. It starts with a D, and I don't remember which one.
Devil that possessed your daughter. He had information that we need. That I need.
We need.
That we need.
she'll nod at you. And what? How familiar are you with the mechanics of summoning something? Plan.
Uh, well, actually, question outside of character. What
Yeah,
can summon familiars.
yeah.
Does that
I
is
think
that anything?
it gives
Is
you
that
some
similar?
insight, right? Like, yeah,
Yeah,
for
because they're
you,
fey beings, right? Or
yeah.
celestial.
I think it's either, and you get to choose, right? Unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, so I picked celestial because it makes sense
Yeah. So
thematically.
I think it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you offer some of your magical power. This thing comes, you make a contract. I don't know what your I feel like with druids, it's like a stay until you get bored kind of thing. You know, like a
Yeah,
freer kind of like association. Like you get a mortal form, we get companionship out of each other, and when it's done, it's done. You know?
yeah, I think it's like very similar to any animal friendship where there's just some inherent reward to the social aspect of it and like bonding with another kind of creature on both sides of it. And also, yeah, you get to experience a plane of existence you don't normally live on, which is novel for you. And when you're sick of it, you can go.
Yeah. Um, I think that like yeah, there's different power dynamics I think in play when you summon a fiend, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. So in that case, I'm gonna say, I have some familiarity with summoning celestial spirits, though it seems to be more of a loose association versus this devil you were speaking to.
to like not. The thing you have to understand about devils is that it's almost a game with them, um, where each of you is manipulating and trying to secure a greater advantage, and they have both the benefit of long, long experience and some kind of um, I don't know how much you spoke to the devil that possessed my daughter, but they have some kind of um, what's the word I'm looking for? Ability to read people or pull information out of seemingly nowhere, that they can manipulate to their advantage. I don't know the exact mechanics behind it, but uh, it is a dangerous prospect usually, especially if there's no promised reward or agreement reached. Banishing one is, and actually takes a second, uh, difficult, but not undoable. Uh, can I ask why you plan on summoning the beast that ruined my daughter's last few years of life?
Um, Simply put, he had information I can't imagine he would have had access to, and I need to know why.
She'll nod. That has been one of the questions that I want answered as well. Do you have an offering? Something to sacrifice? To call its attention? To entreat it to come?
I
Something. Generally, the things that work best have some kind of magical potency, or have been exposed to suffering, or carry the promise of a soul, or something similar.
well, I do have celestial juice.
You do have celestial juice.
I
Uh,
don't think I call it that. Let's
Thanks,
say
I hate that.
I do, I do have a vial of, we'll call it celestial essence.
when you pull it out, it is more full than it was before. Not
Oh,
to the point that it is overflowing, but the part that you sipped away has seemed
yeah.
to refilled and beyond that a little bit.
Okay, great. So I don't have to worry about.
Would something like a promise, an item that symbolizes a promise, work?
I would be careful on making a promise with devils.
Not my
Any
promise, but like a destiny. And I'm gonna pull out Madame Ava's bead.
um, no bribe I think will go unwarranted. It is one of those things though where be careful if it could be interpreted as a contract. A promise sealed both ways is enforced by the will of my lord, and she like taps the holy symbol of Asmodeus. And to violate it is to forfeit a soul. Um, but if you're sure and ready, and she like eyes the vial on the table, she goes, "Dear, what is this?"
Where did we get that again?
Came in the
The puzzle box
lockbox, the
that
puzzle box.
became
Okay.
the magical scythe that you're wearing.
Yeah. Um, I don't know how I would describe it. It is an elixir imbued with the power of Skrios, the Dark Star. It has given me some measure of insight and some overwhelming visions. It's quite potent, and to be honest, I'm concerned what this devil could do with the power contained therein. Would What other sacrifices would be welcome, do you think?
Um, to summon my imp, I usually, well, I have a number of cats that I keep upstairs. Um, and that seems to do well enough for a lesser devil. Uh,
Oh, heard that you need incenses for summoning like that, and they'll get out one of the bottles of perfume that we bought. Here, I don't know if this will help, but
I think she like laughs at that and says, "Oh no, dear. Oh, I appreciate it at the very least." And she'll take it like just take it like a gift like you weren't expecting. You know what I mean?
I didn't think
And
it would work, but I was like, I think this is close enough.
set it down. Uh, but if you'll come with me, I'll show you at the very least the area that we prepare. I think that the for greater devils, usually their attention, not even greater devils, anything. There are some people who are skilled at piercing the veil, at summoning these things through. Wizards, clerics, sometimes of less celestial deity, um, and their abilities to conjure forth demons and devils far outstrip my own. Not to speak down to myself, but it is as it is. Um, but at the very least, we could go downstairs and I will show you the summoning circle. I believe that the celestial essence, the elixir, should be a worthy sacrifice. Maybe not all of it. Maybe
Absolutely not all of it.
hold
Got
some,
extra vials for that.
and she'll like pour half of it out. I think, or I'd ask you to pour half of it out. I don't think she'd grab it from you.
I would not allow her to grab it from me.
Yeah, I thought about that for a second. Um, but yeah, so she'll ask you to pour like half of it out into another vial, basically.
Feels like a lot. I see it's self-replenishing, but I only had a little sippy and it was quite powerful.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, are you sure that much is necessary?
She shrugs and she says, "What is it? Again, I'm unsure of its potency, but I am also unsure of the power of the devil you're summoning. I'd rather err on the side of too much than too little."
It's like nobles. That if you give too less of a gift, they take it as an insult.
And then they might not
I
answer to further summons.
I understand, but it's also power that we're gifting a devil, is it not?
Uh, some of
And
it
I wouldn't.
is consumed in the ritual to punch through, almost like you're building a tunnel.
Hmm. Okay, I pour half into the vial.
Okay. The consistency is thicker than it was before. Less runny like water and more like not jello, right? That's too thick. It also feels
Yeah.
denser when you're pouring it. More the consistency of blood.
Okay. God, I want to sip.
Yeah, what's up?
I want to sip.
Okay, do you sip?
Do I sip? Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna
Uh
take a little sippy. I'm gonna
yeah,
take a little sippy for me.
I think that like as the second that it touches your tongue, you're like fucking blasted, right? Like like it feels like your spirit is rushing out of your body. And you're treated to a series of visions that happen extremely rapidly. You see like an overgrown garden made up of that same kind of star stuff, and at the center of it, twisting and with its roots grown into the ground, is that same redwood that you cut down years and years ago at this point, right?
Oh,
Um, and carved into the center of the redwood where you first swung the axe is the symbol of the archer that you so often turn into, right? Um, you see a symbol of an enormous, like a vision of an enormous silver dragon, um, flying through the night sky, breathing these bolts of fire down onto this invading army, and then ballista bolts and heavy weighted nets dragging it to the ground as an army surrounds it and begins stabbing it to death. You see the skull, the head separated, just severed by a noble looking man with long black hair that falls down to his waist, bound into a loose braid. Um, just a single sweep of this great sword takes the head clean off, and he holds it aloft as he begins to ride east. You see a vision of uh, a man with his face completely wrapped in bandages, held aloft in silver chains on a black background. Uh, and each chain leads off into a point of light in the night sky, wrapped around him to the point that blood is dripping off of his form down into the dark below. And it's the same color and consistency blood that you just took a sip of. And then
okay.
your visions end.
Quick question. What does
Yeah.
it look like from the outside perspective when this vision happens?
I think that Skrios for a second looks like they're about to enter their or he's about to enter his celestial form, right? Like liquid goes in mouth and then like rippling out from it, like somebody has put a point of ink into water, is the starry kind of like starry opalescent glow of Skrios' skin. Eyes just like pitch black. Normally they glow, even in the celestial form they glow, but this is just like the empty part of the night sky between stars.
Bella has got one hand on his shoulder while he's in this state and just looks over to Lady Watcher and is like, guidance. It 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 had some effects.
Oh, the effects, they're happening.
No, I'm feeling the effects. The effects are taking effect. Actually, Bella, have you seen me do this before?
I've
Were
not
you there
seen you
last
take
time?
a sippy. No. Last time you
Why
were
are
taking
you
a
so
sippy was while you were
chill about
asleep.
this?
Oh no, he's worried, but he doesn't want to play that off for Lady Watcher.
I see.
That's why he's got a hand on your shoulder still.
Okay, well, I think the light returns to my eyes, I kind of like pitch forward and catch myself. Um,
When you go to pitch forward, the hand is holding you steady.
oh, that's cute. Um, I think I'm gonna put my hand on top of yours for a sec because it like grounds me. I'm a physical body in the room, and I think everything like takes a minute to settle back into like I'm in the
Yeah.
Watcher house.
When you're looking around, you can see like constellations overlaid with people.
Oh, I love that. Is there specifics?
I think that they're rapidly shifting, but there are a few that they return to more often than not. I think Bella's is the chalice, the same one that like helps you heal people.
Mm-hmm.
And Fiona, what is one that is like um I think actually that Fiona's it's like cycling between a number of them. Um it's like whatever one would be that like people like merchants and people who speak are attuned to, you know, like charismatic leaders who look to it for guidance. Or and then in like these almost like glowing coal embers you see the holy symbol of Asmodeus laid over her. And then it's one that like the dragon that makes you better at talking to people, and then again the holy symbol of Asmodeus, like it's dominating her destiny. Like anything else she looks at, it keeps it keeps returning to that, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Asmodeus having a hold on her is not particular news, but I actually like love being able to see it as a it's not just who you are, it's the entire path in front of you.
Yeah.
Um thank you for the beautiful exposition. Uh I don't have anything else to say. I think I'm just gonna be like, "Mm, let's proceed."
Packs a punch, huh?
That's that Monster Energy drink shit. That's a Four Loco I just had.
For Locos Grios.
Four Loco Four Scrios.
So she'll open the door and start leading you back.
Bella's definitely gonna hop up, and you keeping the hand on your shoulder help you up.
I'll take it. Yeah, thank you.
Then
Can't
follow
wait to
behind.
talk about this later.
um, so she like leads you back here, and you think that she's about to go outside, right? Like that'd be the very obvious decision to make. Like, oh, the basement, right? And then
Yeah.
she opens the
Or over here.
closet door. What was that?
Or should we could be going through this doorway. We saw that there was a weird doorway over here.
That's
That's
fair.
from the outside.
Yeah.
Yeah. When we
Oh
looked
yeah,
around the
but
whole
we don't
building,
know
we knew
where it.
this
Yeah,
was
yeah,
a weird
yeah,
thing.
So
yeah.
So it might.
she opens the closet door, like moves some stuff out of the way, pushes the boots and jackets back, and then pushes on a panel which clicks, and then the door here swings open from the closet downstairs.
Okay. Secret
How do you
basement.
think? How do you think they get the stonemason to do this?
They pay them.
I mean, yeah, but like,
Oh,
how does that
we actually
sales go?
um we had them do the basement first and then build the house because they're not interested. They don't know what's going on. The secret door that was added later. They knew that they made a basement, but
Okay. I just always wondered, like, secret doors. How do you go to someone just saying,
um,
"Hey, I want a bookshelf that when you pull a book off, it opens up a side door," or like, who do you go? How do you shop for that?
she shrugs and she like, it depends. From what I understand, the lord of this land had everyone who worked on the castle killed. So if you're asking about that kind of stuff, that's one way to do it. Ours was just we had a couple of old family friends. You know how it is. Uh, and then as
That's
you
fair.
guys walk down into the basement, you see a
Jesus
number of
Christ.
skeletons that are just kind of chilling. Uh, and she like gives a command in Infernal, and they move to the corners of the room to get out of your way.
Asha to you all too.
My apologies. It never hurts to keep a couple of guards on hand, you know.
Understandable.
Conceptually, I definitely agree with that. Reputation-wise, it definitely can hurt if your guards lack skin,
Mm.
depending.
And she smiles at you and says, "But good, good skinned guards are so hard to find these days."
Yeah, most of them seem to be in the Burger Man's house.
Well,
The
he
Burger Man.
Purse.
he has a kind of charisma to him that the authoritative seem to enjoy.
Ooh, ooh, I don't like that. Those are words I don't like.
That's well, it is as it is. Uh, but yeah, you guys see it's a big root cellar. Basically, there is the flight of stairs that lead outside, and in the same way that you saw that Victor's door was incredibly booby trapped, the stairs that lead up outside are incredibly booby trapped. um, there's like from down here looking up at it, it's very obvious to see that like it's heavily chained on the inside, and like there's a big sturdy iron lock, and so like anyone who comes down that way is in for a bad time.
Yeah.
Um,
Good thing we knocked on the front door.
you guys see a series of footprints in the dust. She's like, I really need to get them to sweep down here. And walks over to the hidden door here, and it presses open, and it pivots and opens up. There are flickering candles and iron holders that fill this room with light and shadows. The room has a 10-foot high ceiling and a large black pentagram inscribed on the stone floor. At each point of the pentagram... What's up?
Who are the beds for?
And I think like she pushes the door open and you see the cultists inside.
Okay.
Seated in 4 of the 5 chairs are men and women in black robes with hoods. Yeah, there's a couple of handsome younger people in here. You know when you walk into a room and you're like, sex cult?
Yeah, I do. I do know that. I've been there.
Okay.
It's kind of that same vibe where it's like everyone in here is handsome. Everyone in here is like looks fairly wealthy, just like is dressed well.
Sex cult.
They have like Fiona like stomps her foot and says, "It's not a sex cult." But I think we'll ask that 2 of them leave the room so you can take their place around the pentagram.
Really, it's just just as a side note, yeah. I think that Skrios is extraordinarily like, I mean, he's not really in his element because he doesn't do demonic summonings. Right. But he looks like he's in his element. Like if I could imagine top 5 Skrios locales, pentagram in the basement with his hood up and his glowing eyes. Like, yeah, absolutely. He looks very normal here. He's like basically furniture. But also me, I'm like giddy that we're doing this. I feel like I snuck out, like our parent went to sleep, like our mom is asleep. And we like, this is like the party that we snuck out to where we're like
to a sex cult.
We went to a sex cult at night to summon a fucking devil because I'm taking you on my personal side quest because I'm confused about why this devil had information about this star when he shouldn't have any idea about the night sky really in general, but also this in specific. Like that was very detailed vision that he had.
I think
anyway, I'm just like losing my mind personally as Julian over here, where I'm just like, what a demon! Oh my god, why are we doing this? What a big mistake we're making! And then I'm like, well, anything for the pursuit of celestial knowledge.
Absolutely.
And also Bella is very supportive.
Bella's doing his companion quests one by one.
Yeah, Bella's doing like the Meryl side quest. Bella is just like, I love and support you, and I'm just here because this seems important to you.
Yeah, right?
Bella's here in the back of his head saying, when this goes horribly, horribly wrong, if this goes horribly, horribly wrong, someone needs to be here, and I am the best. This is wrong, but he is believing it.
I'm sorry, at no point did you try to convince me not to do this.
He did not.
I think that
he does not think he could.
At this point, Fiona will take out like a silver bar in her hand and start chanting an infernal as she walks around the perimeter of this pentagram. And the silver will like turn molten in her hand and run through her fingers. And very carefully, she like walks the circle and then walks the pentacle, I guess, to like drizzle down this molten silver on the path of what looked like burnt ink, but now you realize is like blackened, bubbled metal on the ground. And like reform the pentagram out of like this strange melted, almost quicksilver. The circle itself is liquid and stays liquid on the ground.
Cool.
Yeah, that's neat.
As she walks through the pentagram, she like basically pours out the offering into the middle of the circle. The very center of the pentagram is it's like it spreads out unnaturally evenly, if that makes sense. The star juice, the celestial essence. And she starts chanting an infernal. I think that before she starts chanting an infernal, she do either of you speak infernal? I'm assuming
no. That's Anna.
Yeah.
I was
So
just thinking how funny it is that the only person who speaks Infernal isn't here.
she tells you that there will be a break in the invocation where you need to call the name of the devil you're trying to summon.
Okay, just personally, it was Cassian?
Uh, Cassander?
Cassander,
Cassander
okay.
Berenice.
Okay.
Give us his full name tauntingly.
He did. He said, if you ever need power or knowledge, please feel free to summon me. I'll put that in notes.
Okay. He did say that, and then we were like, oh, it's been about half an hour. I guess I do.
All right.
Oh, thank God we finally have devil, if not demon. I know for a fact now.
I've told you.
Does not. It's also in the previous notes, but my brain's like, nope, doesn't matter.
It's very
Bella
funny
doesn't
to
know.
me. I'm laughing so hard every time I read. We revived him and he was so scared, frowny face, but we got the bones, smiley face.
I take good notes.
You do take good notes. So yeah, she'll start chanting an infernal, and as she does, the circle that is made of that metal will begin to blacken and char, almost like something is being stripped out of it and leaving it as a base metal. And she'll say, as long as the circle holds, this thing will be bound. But basically, it's a timer. When the circle gets back around, it will be able to escape. So,
Okay.
ask your questions quickly. And then she begins chanting an infernal. And there comes a pause in the chant. And could I get a good invocation?
Oh, yeah, sweet. Sorry, I was like, what do you mean invocate? You mean his name?
Yeah.
Cassander Berenice.
And then a single final word in infernal, and the metal begins to smoke and peel and solidify and like char. The liquid that's pooled to an almost mirror-like finish in the middle of the circle boils, and emerging from it, wrapped in very similar chains to the vision that you just saw, is a very handsome man. I want to say redhead. I know this is like cliche to give the devil red hair, but I want to say
Yeah.
like long red hair, fucking bright green eyes, very pale, freckles, a nice black suit, pinstriped with like a red tie, and about halfway down his arms, the sleeves just erupt into these twisting, lashing chains. And I think that like very delicate silver chains, as opposed to like the thick bladed iron chains that you saw last time, that like end in these scything tips that look very similar to the scythe that you have. As he smacks his lips, gestures out with his hand that is wrapped in chains, and drinks down the liquid in the center of the circle, sighs and looks at you and goes, "Celestial blood, what an offering."
Then I trust you'll have good information.
Depends on the questions. I'd be happy
What do
to
you...
answer, let's say, 3.
Oh, fuck you.
Before I would require some additional payment.
Okay, well, let me just take a minute out of character to think about what the fuck I'm supposed to do. Because
Spiros would have been thinking of this.
Yeah. Well, and I have been thinking about it, but I also didn't,
Yeah, I
don't
don't think
know.
that anyone here would have known the rules before the summoning.
Yeah.
Also, yes, the stuff that you have is the actual metaphysical blood of the star Skrias.
Okay, that makes me very horny. I think that works. I think that's both of us. I think that's Skrios as well.
I like the idea that Bella's husband's like, I wonder what that is, and as soon as it says, it's like, never mind, not really wanting to taste that now.
Never mind, I don't want the juice.
You don't want to take some kind of dark, evil communion? You don't want to take some fucked up...
The forbidden juice is not forbidden for any moral sake. It's more of, it sounds yicky.
All I want is the Dark Communion.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm also taking notes about this very so just a second, because
Yeah. I didn't write down the visions I gave you, but I've been thinking about them for like 2 weeks.
I love that I did write those down already, but I'm just trying to write down the similarities between the demon right now and the one vision.
Yeah.
And if I type too fast, I put the wrong words in. Like I just wrote mood sickle instead
Love
of
to hear
moon.
it.
I thought it was a devil.
It is the devil.
I don't understand.
Raven. Raven named Crow.
Yeah. Anyway, that's a raven. Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna say. Ooh. It's. What do you know about the Star Skrios?
The Dark Star Skrios, the herald of the destructions of these heavens. Have you, by any chance, seen the moon since you've been in these lands?
I have not.
Upon the moon's surface itself is a deep and lasting crater where the 4 cities of this place's mythology once lay. The star Skrios sent them an avatar, a messenger of some sort, to announce and herald the ending of this halcyon land, of this place's golden days. And so from them the gods sent forth their creatures, their creations, the were-ravens, the werewolves, the humans, the first to walk this land, and their gifts. And also, as is the way in all things, when the gods sent down their blessings, so too came the seeds of their undoing. Ancient beings, once trapped in the heavens, encased in amber, sealed in the temple to the south. Skrios the Dark Star is a herald of mindless, ceaseless destruction, like the demons I have sworn my eternity to fight. Skrios the Dark Star's avatars bring nothing but the end, and nothing good can come of them. Skrios the Dark Star is not comprehensible, it cannot be reasoned with, pacts cannot be made with it. It is an ending, wholly and utterly. And that is what I know of Skrios the Dark Star.
Thank you.
Nods.
When we spoke to... Ooh, I forgot her name.
Stella?
Stella, thank you. I was like, almost had it. Anyway.
Did you ask the devil name? I'm fucking with you. I would not do that. I'm not going to steal one of your questions.
Yeah, come on. Stella had memories of yours. Memories
the
of...
non-anima. Yes?
Sorry, what?
The non-anima?
What the fuck is that? I don't want to ask that.
That was the thing where she's particularly well suited to be possessed and
that's
powered.
the term for it.
Yeah.
I was like, that's not a word. Anyway.
That's been like an hour and a half ago. We still remember that.
Yeah, Skrios does. Finn doesn't.
Yep.
Anyway, memories that could not possibly have been hers of Skrios, of the night.
And your question?
Yeah, I need to figure that part out. Talking to devils is hard.
Writing in a notebook.
I obviously am also... Well, I'm gonna have a long night of journaling after this.
This is Bella writing things down so he doesn't say it and make it a misinterpretation as a question.
Oh, that's funny. I like that. Out of character, can I have some help phrasing my question?
Yeah, what's up?
the way I wanna say it, I feel like I already know the answer, where I'm trying to say, what is your relationship to Skrios, or how did you get that knowledge?
Yeah.
But I've already kinda picked up that his relationship to it is kind of one of defiance.
Yeah.
Um,
Like adversarial, but adversarial in a way that doesn't speak to long familiarity. You know what I mean? Or it speaks to
but
long familiarity, but not personal interaction.
yeah, like, he has a philosophical argument.
Yeah.
Um,
But if you're asking how devils, yeah, a good question to ask is like, I think Fiona would have discussed this with you beforehand, right? Is like,
okay,
how do devils get this information? Like, how is it shared? What's the method by which devils acquire their supernatural information, or something like that?
yeah. Yeah, I wanna ask that.
Okay. Um, I think that he like smiles at you and sits back. Like, the chains on his arms create almost a throne for him to sit on,
Mhm.
and like flanked on either side of his head are those like wickedly sharp blades. And you can see your own reflection in them. And he smiles and he says, "Infernals have a very interesting hierarchy. I am not sure entirely what you know of us, but I am not a particularly low ranking among the devil's ranks." He like shrugs. He says, "My chains, every chain devil specializes in a very particular kind of manipulation of their appendages. Most of them are brutes, suited to combat, scything through their enemies with long bladed chains. I am a little bit more of a," and he starts like manipulating. You can see that the end of his chains, where you assumed that they ended, actually turn into almost filaments as he like waves his arm and they like appear in front of him, right? You wouldn't be able to see any individual one, but he like braids them together into almost a cable. I can directly interface with the, well, interface might be the wrong word. My chains are specialized information gathering tools. Any of the devils in my employ are bound by them directly into their brain, should they possess a physical host, and their soul, should they not. Any souls I possess, I manipulate with the finest of possible touches. It's like a direct feed of information from anyone I've claimed, anyone who serves me, directly into my brain at all times, like I'm some kind of encyclopedia. And when you ask a question or a reference is triggered, I can rip from them the information I desire. Other devils have other ways, but magical knowledge, he says, is my specialty. And smiles at you again. One question left, Skrios.
um,
Basically, a really fucked up version of the internet. This man is magical
his
Wikipedia.
it can be edited by anyone at any time, and I never check the accuracy of the information. I just pull it all together into my big, sexy brain.
Yeah, correct.
That's funny. I love it.
I think it's very destructive, is the thing that you like, the thing that you necessarily understand, right? Is that like this is not this is not a thing that like if he does it to a devil, that devil might lose the information or end up brain damaged. If he does it to a
Right.
soul too much, that soul will disintegrate. Like this is not, that's part of the reason that he wanted the body so badly, I think, is something that you could intuit from this. Is it's that
Mhm.
same kind of access without just ruining his little prize. Also
Okay.
terrifying.
Yeah. So fucked up. This is a DM question and not a devil question.
Yeah.
But did I hear correctly? He also gets information from if like one of his subordinates possesses someone.
Yes.
Okay.
You don't know if there's like a range limit on that or whatever. He was not super forthcoming about what his limitations were, just how he has that information.
Yeah, that's okay. I Ooh, what should my last question be? I feel like I would like to ask who specifically did he get the information about Skrios from?
I think that he smiles like a big, big smile. And he says, Skrios, you have their mask, don't you? You're the one who picked it up, if I'm not mistaken. So many druids gone in an instant. Such a terrible ritual to perform not understood. He shrugs. It was one of my finer accomplishments, convincing them that it was the will of their star.
This is an out of character question
Yeah.
about demon summoning. How do you banish him?
I think that Fiona would be able to, if you wanted to, like, without having the spell banishment. You could try and step into the circle and scrap with him.
I don't want to do that because we have talked about that.
Yeah.
Bella's been getting kind of frustrated at this smarmy ass demon. What if he threw a bottle of holy water at it?
Don't fight him. Don't fight him. Don't fight him. Don't fight him. Don't fight him.
What if?
We don't have our tank. Do not fight him.
I'm just saying, I think that like a mostly still yourself, but semi-puppeted Bella with thousands of mind tendrils running into your body might be fun.
It's kind of fun and sexy and cool, but I think Skrios would be pretty upset about that, and you should do it.
Water, so I couldn't do it, but Bella wants to.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm out of questions, and I don't want to talk to this guy anymore, so I'm going to
puts his finger up to you. Like, wait a second. And he pulls out the little
like
bauble.
You can tell my fists are like balled and I'm like trembling a little, like I'm furious right now.
He holds up the little bauble.
Like the symbol to his neck.
What's up?
Behind his back, Bella's giving like the little cut it symbol to his neck.
Yeah. I think that he turns to you while you're doing this, right? And he holds up the little bauble that you left for him, right? The little bead or whatever that Madame Ava gave you. That you gave.
Not to use that.
Oh, you were told not to use it?
Oh, that's what I got out of it.
I said any gift. No gift would be like frowned upon, right?
So I didn't put it in. We were just doing with the water.
Oh, gotcha.
She said sufficient.
Then I guess he doesn't turn to you. I think he does just keep a finger up at Skrios, though, while he turns around and looks at Lady Watcher. And says, Ah, Fiona. Lovely to see you. I have to say, you are even more powerful in person than in your daughter's memories. You thirst for knowledge in a way that I find intriguing. You thirst for knowledge in a way that I find eminently admirable. And he like tilts his head and he says, A pact? Your soul for all of the magical knowledge I possess? And like Fiona is very tempted. Does anybody do anything at this point?
Yeah, I'm gonna say eliminate him because that's what I was gonna do to begin with.
I've been ready shadow.
Before he put his fucking finger up to tell me to shush,
yeah,
I was about to be like, banish him immediately. Like, so yeah, I probably more forcefully than I've ever said anything. Because normally I'm like, oh, cool. Let me talk about my destiny. I'm like, banish him. Like,
I think she.
Same time, the misty shadows is like right next to Madame Watch's head and is looking at her from the corner of its eyes.
Like ready to swing?
No, it's one hand on shoulder and just giving her a look.
Gotcha. No, I think she grabs the holy symbol and she says, By the name of Asmodeus, no contract was made. By the name of Asmodeus, no pact was sealed. By the name of Asmodeus, I send you back. And the whole circle, every time she says Asmodeus, it's like fucking lights up with this infernal, hard to look at, burning red fire. And the third time, he just like shrugs and says, Can't blame one for trying. As he is consumed in this like river of flame that splashes up against the ceiling.
I certainly can. It just probably wouldn't be courteous.
And Cassander is gone again.
Next time we should rig a bucket above him with like holy water.
No, we shouldn't. I sigh heavily and I look at the Lady Watcher and I just say thank you.
She nods once.
Mostly right now thanking you for banishing him, but thank
Uh,
you for summoning him as well.
I'm sorry to hear about what happened. I don't know if you were close to those people that you knew, but. And the other thing is, I wouldn't count on his word as gospel. He might have manipulated them into completing the ritual, but he never said he had claim on their souls. Tricky bit of wording from the devil himself.
Respectfully, what difference does that make?
They could have very well died. He could have given a single adherent of his, but the souls themselves might be freed. Could have corrupted less than the entirety of them. Shrugs.
Say anything. I'm not comforted.
Okay, yeah.
Bella's just like hand on shoulder and slides you the piece of paper that he'd been writing on, and it's just got boom.
You're so supportive. And sorry, I also this is a joke, but this is what I imagined. This is my joke version of the thing. Of the paper.
The bottom corner definitely has like a very crude of Cassandra, and it's got a little poopy swirl on top.
Okay, I laugh a little bit. I'm like,
Well, did we get everything you needed there?
we got enough.
All right. What lie are we going to tell Anna? Because we cannot tell her we did this. We will be in trouble forever.
Well, I simply won't say anything.
That's not an option. I say too much.
We went to get your armor adjusted.
I like it. We
And
did do that.
and to apologize to the
We also did
coffin
that.
maker.
That might work.
Fiona says, your vial is half empty. You could tell her that you spent your evening tripping on celestial blood.
Also, I'm not going to judge you on that, but kind of ew.
I suppose she'll take my word for it that I've just discovered that it's blood on my own.
Shrugs.
No, I'm not. I'm being serious. I found it in my meditations or
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about Skrios as being like a weird vampire.
That's actually so sick and I love it
Skrios,
so much.
the Dark
I actually
Star,
love it.
right? Yeah.
I actually love it. I love it. And I would love to yes, please. Yes, sign me the fuck up.
Yeah, like a weird whatever the celestial version of a vampire is.
Yeah, I'll take it. I know that you're talking about the star, but I'll like follow in those footsteps for sure. Like
Yeah.
that sounds fun and I'm down to clown till I'm never dead in the ground.
As we're leaving, Bella definitely gives like a little short nod to both groups of the skeletons and with a thank you, and then leaving.
I think that they are wearing like those same blue armbands that you saw in other people. In the light of the fire, down in the summoning circle itself, Fiona looked in command, right? Like powerful and in her element. Here she is pale and washed out and looks tired and sweat covered. That took a lot out of her, I think.
How do you do that?
What was that?
How do you do that? Ugh. Just look at them and not get all the shiveries.
And she like takes a deep breath and lets it out through her nose and says, my faith is not a small thing. My loyalty, first and foremost, is to their lord. And the underlings cannot bother me.
I have a question about the constellations. Can I still see them on people?
Not as much,
Persistent?
I think.
So
what's up?
was there a difference for her when she was in the summoning circle versus right now?
Yeah, I think that it was just like burning, right? Like that burning symbol of Asmodeus, like dominating her. Like just no wavering while she was there. You know what I mean? Yeah. Um, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to bow deeply and say thank you again for your expertise.
She'll nod at
This was
you
illuminating.
and says, "It's not often I do a working of that caliber. I probably will not be able to do it again for the better part of a year, but it was illuminating to understand that that thing in my daughter was such a high-level devil."
It says something that he was still interested in all of this
Mm. I
for even you.
She smiles and she
Huh.
says, "It makes me think that we have some greater importance. He would not try to claim my soul early, otherwise, especially not from one who was his superior."
Some bartering power then.
Perhaps.
Well, I know that's not normally my cup of tea to do all that, but all power to you for being able to do that and not get the collywobbles all over. Mm.
I think she laughs at that and says, "Bella, I'm sure that you would be a great summoner, but as you are a stalwart source of support for your friends. And I believe that your strength may not be in the spiritual, but that does not mean you do not have strength."
Was able to lift that adamantine like no one's business.
You lifted that
My
whole
real
thing?
strength comes from my friends.
You did that whole thing.
Like, I think if you guys walk through the storage room, there's like a dusty fucking like corner where the adamantine used to be, right? Like,
Yeah. Nobody wanted to move it.
yeah, it's one of those like, oh man, that's a nice looking end table, but it is carved from one solid piece of oak. That's staying there.
Yeah. He did lift the whole thing.
Hmm. In fairness, your sons were already holding it up, so it was really just getting under it, but yeah.
Yeah. Um, was there anything else you guys wanted to do today?
Um, I feel like I have a lot. I had a big day. I feel like I
Yeah.
had a lot to think about. I want to
Um,
keep playing, but I don't really
oh,
have a particular.
I have some ideas for the next in-game day. I just like didn't have anything else on the shopping trip day, basically.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you.
I think that's fair. I think we did a whole lot today.
We did have a big day. Um, I got a lot of stuff to add to my notes. Thank you for the good information. I feel horrible.
Yeah, absolutely.
I, I love that I made this terrible character, and it's so interesting and fun. And everything I learn is so bad, and it's great.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's a
I
lot
don't like
we
it's like Skrios. I don't know what the
dabbled.
fuck you expected. Um, except I guess Skrios is like this is precisely what I expected.
Hmm.
Bella's in the side ground just going, I believe in you, Skrios.
I
Oh,
am
man.
mad about all my dead, I guess, family, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, I need to think about. I have to absorb this information like personally, so I can figure out how Skrios feels about it.
Yeah.
Um,
I think Skrios needs to absorb this information as well.
I agree. This was a lot to take in. Oh yeah, did you want to ask me about dripping blood?
Or
Cause
about the circle of people who disappeared, or
or any of that? Cause you were like, yeah, I'm really concerned for you, but I don't want to show it in front of the demon summoner. But we can walk home now.
I don't know how to do this in character as much, but I feel like Bella's like, I want to ask these questions, but I'd rather you want to tell me these answers.
Did you think Skrios was ever gonna volunteer information about anything?
Do I? No. Bella? Yes.
Bella.
He believes that Skrios would give him information if he needs it.
I love the idea of like Skrios going to meditate in the barn again and Bella just coming with,
Hmm.
and you guys
That's
having this
actually
conversation at like 3 a.m. or whatever. Big
I think that's
sleepover
fair.
vibes.
that's actually cute. And then you can fall asleep on my shoulder and I'll be like really uncomfortable about it. Not in a bad way, in like a oh god, where do I put my hands kind of way.
Perfect. As we leave, I let like Skrios go out the door first, and would like turn and just give like a deep bow to Lady Watcher and just thank you. I know this wasn't normal for anything.
She says, I am honored to have been part of such a summoning. I feel as though it has strengthened me and will strengthen my resolve, so thank you and your friend as well.
I look forward to seeing that strength.
She nods
And
once and does not bow to you in any way.
oh,
Straight
definitely
back.
doesn't expect it, and makes his way out. Like, does Bella think that she's an ally that will support him to the ends of the earth? No, but he definitely considers her an ally.
Yeah, right now, yeah.
Yeah. A somewhat
It's
No,
ethical
solid.
demon
Bella's
summoner.
dumb. He's gonna keep it for a while.
Somewhat
It's gonna
ethical
take a
demon
very
summoner.
overt action for him to change his mind.
She does sacrifice cats, apparently, but, you know,
Skrios was thinking about it.
whatever.
I was like, literally, Skrios was like, okay, listen, if I'm not willing to give up this apparently star's blood, which now I'm kind of less willing to bargain with, um, um, could I kill a goat or something?
I think for summoning lesser devils or demons, yes. I think for summoning greater ones, they'd want a person.
I don't know if I. Well, you know what? I think that if he felt like he had to, Skrios would do it.
Yeah.
But I don't know that Bella would let him.
I mean, you got a burgomaster to get rid of.
That's funny.
It's kind of
That's actually
it's kind of neat for Skrios, right? Like,
it's
got
kind of two birds. Yeah, I can just make the agreement in advance and then be like, so we could have a talk after.
got one
After
person I don't need. Got one devil who needs person. Dusting
Yeah.
my hands.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stonks.
Stonks. I'm good with stonks. I actually think I'm gonna while we're walking back, I
Mhm.
think I'm gonna ask you in character, Bella. I'm just gonna say like you're not asking about it.
First off, we are in public. You know, he's definitely taken a little bit of joy in saying
And
it.
being the guy who says that,
Yep.
in that case, Corio's just gonna go, and nod and then shut up till we're not in public anymore.
And then continue on with the and I trust that if it's something that you needed help with, you'd come to us with that. And if it's not something that you need our help with, that you know what you're doing enough to do what is needed.
Correct in that assumption, but I had thought you were more curious about me than that.
Definitely am.
I'm a little, shall we say, bi-curious. Sorry.
And you,
The only thing I'm curious about is boys.
I'm curious about everything, but that's not the point.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, it's not that I'm not curious, but it's like when I found out that apparently Ezek had a bunch of creepy dolls. I don't think necessarily that was something I needed to know until I needed to know it, and I maybe learned a little bit after I needed to know it, but that's not anyone's fault. In the same, I think that if you want me to know it, I am happy to listen. But if you don't want me to know it, I will respect it. Even if I vibrate with curiosity. And he's definitely got like one leg that as he's walking, you can tell that it's tapping as well. Like his foot is
Oh,
tapping.
he is a golden retriever.
He is a golden retriever. I 100% based his personality on that.
Okay, well, I'm gonna look down at your shaky leg and be like, And your leg?
is more excited than the rest of us.
Incredible.
That's the betrayer leg. That's why I could never win the game of poker.
That's the deception 0.
Yup.
That's the Bella's treacherous leg. It's a spell name?
God, that should be a spell. Set your charisma to -1.
That's funny. I think I understand what you've said. I think I'm gonna say like get excited about winning because would you consider your own destiny some of your business? Outsized success. We're talking about how you need to look weak and small, but
And that's when he's gonna pull out the little Madame Ava trinket. It's like, this is what I view as this promised destiny of this land and its curse, and how we are going to take this pilgrimage and see it through. And what's more important to me is that, as amazing as that story would be, put it back into the bag, is that I would rather you be able to say you know your story all the way through. I would have wagered that in the circle if it came to that.
Then I think we've both found the same thing for you. My understanding of you and of what's been illuminated about you to me today.
Take that as a compliment.
I don't think it's anything you don't already know about yourself.
I'll definitely take that as a compliment then. And he's going to smile, put an arm around your shoulder.
You're stronger than me, so I'm gonna go, ugh.
Now, let's get back to the end before Anna finds out that we totally took the armor to get repaired and
We
then
did.
gave a gift basket.
We did do those things.
We're probably going to get yelled at about the gift basket, though.
I'm willing to accept my fate.
I probably could have guessed that. It's just going to give you a side grin and start off that direction again.
Oh, it's cute. I think it's kind of fun and spicy to have like this big demon summoning secret from Anna.
Okay, the real question is how many sessions before Bella just exposes it entirely?
Oh my god,
2.
like at least one.
2, yeah, I think 2.
Yeah,
I think that
3
you guys will get
maybe.
through the next play session and you'll remember that you're not supposed to talk about it. And then you'll get into the next play session and be like, yeah, remember how the demon said or the devil said? And then everyone will look at you and Anna will be like, the devil said.
Yeah, what's gonna happen is you're gonna remember not to talk about it until whenever the next time we have to come to the Watcher House is. And then you're gonna be like, remember last time we were here? That was so cool. We learned so much on our special best friend field trip.
That is a very real threat.
But yeah, I know.
But yeah, if you guys go back to the inn, which I'm assuming is where you were headed, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
The martyr cops are still there. They still have people scrambling, trying to like keep the lookout for everything. But after you reported, did you ever report back that you guys cleared the vampires out and you found the blue guy?
Crow.
Crow did. Crow. Right. So I think that there's less scrambling, but definitely like still a sense of readiness, if that makes sense. Like they're still expecting something bad to happen around the festival and keeping an eye out for that.
Yeah.
And they'll tell you as much. But same situation as last night, where they'll open up the barn door for you to meditate in there with the view of the sky.
Sweet.
think while like everything's scrounging
Oh.
around, Bella's gonna go upstairs, change into a more plain outfit, and go down to help serve.
I think that Anna is in your guys' room, and she has, or maybe not. Maybe she's downstairs, like chilling in the tavern area, and she has a couple of like books open, and if you take a peek at them, they're like local mythology and like the religion of the Night Mother and that kind of stuff, that she probably got on recommendation from the priest.
Where's my almanacs at?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Where's Big Nick?
Nicholas,
Where's
I think he
our
like
sugar daddy?
goes back. I think he like misses you guys on the way to the Watcher house. Like finds out what happens from Fiona and then like jogs in and is like looking for you guys in the lobby of the Blue Water Inn, and then like you guys
Mm-hmm.
aren't quite there yet because you're still having your conversation out on the way back. He's like, "All right, I don't know
Uh-huh.
what's going on," so he like goes to wait for Anna to come back to the inn, I think, or like maybe meets up with her. So he's also in the like the public room at the tavern, probably like eating something. I think maybe he's sitting with his kids and just like having a conversation, you know? Just like
Yeah.
sitting with Nikolai and Carl and like is talking about going tomorrow to the church with some food and drinks so they can like all sit down and like getting Fiona, trying to convince Fiona to go so they can all sit down and leave the Asmodeus holy symbol at home so they can sit down and have a dinner with the whole family together. Like
Mom, just this once. Could you please?
like have a picnic
I'm
on the
not saying
grounds or whatever.
Yeah, I'm not saying you need to forsake your faith or whatever. I'm just saying could we have dinner like fucking once?
Yeah, right. Like, I think he's like I think that he is like very optimistic on this plan, and the kids are just like rolling their eyes at him, like it's not
Yeah.
gonna like she won't do it. Like, come on.
Yeah.
And he's like, but
She's
she'd
been
get to
in a
see
room for like the
Stella.
last year.
Yeah. He's like, her daughter just got. Come on, I think I can make it work. I'm trying to like imagine they're BioWare. They're not in your party. What are they doing?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Come on, your daughter hasn't been outside in like a year. Can we please eat outside the house? Like,
Yeah.
um, well, I'm gonna interrupt him and just say like, good afternoon.
Oh, hello,
Where's my all?
squirrels. Lovely to see you. I
Okay,
believe it's early evening at this point.
okay, good evening. Fuck. I know what time of day it is. I'm a celestial druid.
Yeah, for sure.
He might not be as apt at telling us how far the sun is in these weird, creepy, misty areas.
I guess so. Anyway, whatever. Good evening.
Good evening.
Have you found any
Oh,
relevant
yes.
texts?
And he'll like pull a couple of like I'm imagining like a thicker sheet on top and bottom and then kind of bound together with like a rough twine almost through the binding, like stitched together and then tied with two knots rather than like glued. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
And so he'll like go back and it's like each one of them are like 5 years and he has like little strips of paper that highlight the relevant sections.
Fantastic.
And he'll tell you, yes, it seems that like every 3 years or so the showers happen that pierce the mists. We're If this pattern holds, then we're due for one, I think, the night of the festival.
I see. Thank you.
I love the
Absolutely.
drama.
Oh, of course. Everything's happening the same day, right? Like 100 different plots are all happening the same day. You
This
gotta
is
love it.
Cascade.
Yeah. Um but yeah, there's also some like stuff on growing plants and how this year is apparently colder than it's supposed to have been. With
Mm-hmm.
like shorter days also.
Is there anything about the freaky plant that the bad vibes druid ritual focuses
Uh
made out of?
I think that you can see that there it says like there is a section on them. Yeah, it could you'll have to read through them, right? But if you're flipping through, there is a section. I think there's like a sketch of one by like an amateur naturalist.
Oh, I
And
intend to spend the rest of my evening on this.
okay, yeah, cool. So, a sketch of one by like an amateur naturalist, you know what I mean, where they like have a single pencil and like draw shit. Um, and it is like this huge thorny plant. And it's like a number of varieties of plant, anything with thorns. And it says, in recent years, these cultivars, maintained by the Order of the Shrike, have been slowly creeping out of their established lands. They should be treated as weeds, for very little of what they produce is fit for consumption, and pruned from any garden if found, and something along those lines.
Yeah.
Um, Not like much into them, but yeah, the Order of the Shrike, Shrike, is the name of the
Yeah,
group.
the bird that impales things on thorns.
Yes, correct. But yeah, pretty much anything that has thorns or spikes or burrs or other things that poke you and what make you bleed.
Ah,
Uh, Skrios, as a druid, I'm sure you can make some connections. Um, it seems to be like druidic orders tend to orient themselves around a single circle, like a single domain, right? That becomes their circle. Whether that's
mhm,
the celestial circle that you're a part of, or the circle of the moon, or the circle of whatever else.
mhm,
This one gives you bad vibes. It's one of those things where it's like, what if a druidic circle was entirely oriented around doing violence? You know what I mean?
mhm.
Like even the name is made to evoke horror, right? Like, yeah,
Yeah, I love it.
yeah.
Cool.
Um,
Well, I'm gonna be poring over these and then doing my nightly meditation.
um, the night starts to clear up as you go up to meditate, and by like 2 a.m. or whenever it is, I think around 2 a.m. And Bella, you were going up too, right?
I was gonna wait until the bar slows down because I'm helping
Yeah,
out.
I think around midnight it starts to close down. I think it's open until like probably 1 a.m. That's when they do last call for drinks, and if anyone's a tenant, that's when they're like, "All right, everyone, get to your rooms. We're closing it down." You know?
Hmm. So around midnight, I'll go back, change up into again my Vistani attire, and go up to the loft.
It is a beautifully clear night, Skrios. Um, no clouds in sight. The mist has parted for once, and above you, Bella, it's cloudy as normal. You cannot see the night sky. Skrios, uh, above you, Skrios, you see the moon, which is the first time you've seen the moon in Barovia. And on the moon itself are these beautiful sweeping lines. You don't. You read Celestial, actually, correct?
I do, yeah.
Um, yeah. In Celestial, in a very ancient form of Celestial, you see these huge carved lines on the moon that are filled with like this glowing, almost powdery blue substance, and it's like you're hyper focusing on it. And in Celestial, they say, "Here remain," or "Here," and then there is like some just an enormous crater in the middle of this writing, and it says,
Mhm,
"Here is," and then a crater where the identifier would be. Like a declaration, almost like a not a navigational sign, but like a declaration that you speak, to like make it real, almost like an invocation. um and where the identifying thing would be is just a completely smooth, hollow fucking hole that is punched through the moon itself. You can see the stars behind it, And around the moon in a massive band, you can see a circle of debris, like a ring, almost like Saturn has, that catches the light.
Um, I love that. Do I? How are the vibes? Do I feel like I vibe with it?
Yeah, it's not. There's nothing twisted about it. It feels eminently natural. You know what I mean? It's one of those things like, something struck through the moon, and this is what happens when that happens.
Mm-hmm.
Like, uh, not there's no you don't get terrible. There's not like a sense of something being wrong. You don't feel compelled to like finish destroying the moon or whatever. Like that's not the vibe that you're getting. Um,
Yeah.
there is something odd though when you're working on your star charts. When you start going up and like following the paths between the stars, if you start with any star except Skrios, it's fucking incomprehensible. The paths get muddled, the stars aren't where they're supposed to be, they're not traveling in the right direction. Even it's like they're all drifting away from each other. But if you start from Skrios, everything starts to make sense and it matches with that star chart that you have previously adjusted for some motion.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, so that's like matching the almanac star charts?
Mm-hmm. Matching the almanac, matching the one that got altered when you first came into Barovia. But again, only if you start from Skrios as your orienting point. Otherwise, it begins to just make no fucking sense at all. And as you meditate, at a very slow rate, you can. I'm assuming that you have the vial out. I'm assuming that you're contemplating it.
Yeah, I'd also like to see if there's like a perceptible refilling.
Uh, like condensation on the inside of the vial, like drips of that run down into the liquid. Slow, but not insignificant. I'd say probably if there are 20. I'll actually type this out. So uh
I'm sorry, but just while Mitch is typing, I'm just like, so I was, after I blasted that guy,
Yes.
and I was thinking about how like Skrios really sees himself like as the axe and not as the hand that wields the axe, right? And how that's such a nice having blasted this guy because he thought that you wanted him to is
Mhm.
like such a nice little microcosm of this idea of like Skrios continues to become this sort of celestial vampire that sips on the blood of the star until like all he is an emblem of destruction. And like he's cool with that because he trusts that you're gonna point him in the right direction.
Oh
Or
my god.
yeah. So I just thought that's like a fun
No, that is a very
effect
poetic.
question marks. As an action, consume 5 charges and feel the effects. I feel the effects. Let me update my.
Oh my, that is certainly an item.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put this in. I don't know what section that where I'm gonna put it in my allies and organizations section because I don't have any notes in there.
That sounds good to me.
Effect. Feel the effects.
Feel the effects. I think it would do something different if you consumed it in a combat scenario.
Yeah. Fuck. I bet. Hey, I bet. I haven't thought about that yet. Hey, I bet.
Yeah.
Jesus.
That's a terrifying concept.
I
I also
want to be a celestial vampire.
I also bet it would do something different if you gave it to somebody at 0 HP.
Oh boy. Oh boy, I can't wait till I run out of health potions. Damn. Oh bitch. Oh bitch, I shouldn't have bought some. Woo! Oh, I love it. How many? Excuse me.
I think right now we'll call it 10 charges.
It's got 10. I can roll for more.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
Okay. I'm gonna add this actually to my. How do I? Oh, there we go. That's how you rename it. You just have to click it. Star's blood file. I have an extra space for a counter, and I'm gonna put a maximum 20 charges and currently 12.
Sounds good to me.
So that can just be on there.
I do need to take
Feel
a
the effects.
bathroom break before we keep playing.
Yeah, no problem.
It'll be like 2 seconds. I am gonna change my cam so it's not just blasting my empty room. And remind me of that when I get back so I don't just like completely fucking forget and leave it so that Abby can't see what's going on the screen.
Yeah, okay.
God, I just love the two of our idiot characters.
This was a fun, life-changing field trip. I love what a character I've made. What a character so susceptible to destructive manipulation. Like, and not because he's naive.
Oh, I have the naive character.
Yeah, you're naive, except you have a heart of gold, but except for some reason you'll help me summon demons. Like that's kind of foolish.
I mean, he believes you. You needed this. He believed that.
If I was your mom, I would be concerned about the boy that you brought home.
You know, that's a fair point.
I'm gonna tell this to Mitch when he gets back. I would like some of the Vistani that know you to be like, cousin, I'm worried you've fallen in with the wrong crowd. You're a very impressionable young man.
I am now going to trade out with Mitch there, BRB.
Okay.
Dungans and Dragons.
Hi.
Hi.
Obviously, I'm sure you already know this, but Eric is in the washroom right now. I was just telling him that I would tell you when you returned that I feel like some of the Vistani that know Bella might be like, honey, I'm concerned that you've fallen in with the wrong crowd.
Your boyfriend is weird. My boyfriend?
Yeah, like your boyfriend is kind of got really bad vibes, and I'm worried that, I don't know, he's gonna make you summon a demon or something. And then Bella's gonna be like a devil. And And they're gonna
Impossibly
be like,
funny.
"What?" And he's gonna be like, "I don't know. What did you mean? A demon or a devil? I always get them confused." And they're like, why do you have reason to why would you confuse did this happen? And he's like, "I don't know, maybe. Probably not, but maybe it
No,
did."
never.
So anyway, what I was saying was I'm very concerned about your relationship to this guy, and I don't think that he has bad intentions, but I also think that his whole deal is kind of fucked up, and maybe you should get out while you still can.
Yeah. Listen, you just gotta like smear the god blood on your lips and then kiss, right? It's like a weird and
I'd
fucked
love
up
to do
thing to
that.
do.
I
I
would
came
love to
back to
do
a
that.
very interesting conversation.
Yeah, we're talking about my plans for you later. I feel like that would be a very serious commitment to Skrios to share Star's blood with someone.
Oh, absolutely.
Um, I'm not saying I wouldn't do it, but we kind of haven't even. Well, I guess we had a first date, sort of. We summoned a devil. It's like a first date.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. The first date was at the church with the star maps.
You're right. Well, that was flirting. I don't know if it was a date.
Okay, fair.
It was very sweet. We bonded. But I don't think it was a date. Um, I'll just say I would be worried about you if I was your mom.
You're not wrong.
Or your dad or your cousin, or just like a guy that you buy pastries from fairly often. Because I know you're like an impressionable kind of. You want to see the best in people, but that elf is 204 and he's got really bad vibes.
I think y'all are in here. And
Love to see what Bella would have to say to defend Skrios' bad vibes, where it's like, yeah, no, he's just really devoted to what he believes in. And they're like, what exactly does he believe in? Bella?
Stars.
What stars?
Don't worry about it.
First of all, what are stars?
What are stars?
When you think about it.
I think the Vistani here might be the ones who travel outside of Barovia at least might be the
They would
people
know.
who know what stars are the most.
Yeah, that's just so stars. You've heard of stars. Yeah, what did the stars tell him to do?
Help us.
Oh, Bella.
He genuinely believes that.
He does. And that's, I think, why everybody's worried.
I think that. Did you ever decide what color light you think Skrios is? Because I think either like a pale silver or like a kind of like a bluish kind of vibe.
Yeah, I think I don't think silver,
Yeah.
but I think yeah, like a blue flame kind of
Yeah.
like a
Okay.
blue white. Yeah.
Yeah. I kind of agree with that. Bella, whenever Skrios's head during this meditation period is turned up to the sky, you can see at the edges of his eyes are that same kind of blue white color.
Bella's definitely like doing the wow facial expressions. Because like he's seen this maybe at a distance or not like focusing on it, but it's like, okay, this is kind of neat as hell. It's just, sitting back and just soaking in the company, I think, more than anything.
Okay, the company is muttering ominously under his breath and
Yeah, this is, baseline normal.
Oh yeah. Do you want to
it
give
is
me a wheel or woe roll?
yeah, I'd love to.
It's just a d20,
It's
right? If it's even.
it just says roll a die. So
Oh,
I'll
cool.
roll a d20. But it literally just says roll a die because it doesn't matter. It's just odd or even.
Gotcha.
So that's a woe.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense for today.
Yeah. Well, it's for tomorrow, but
Yeah. No, it makes sense that like yeah.
That whoa is on the menu.
Yeah.
yeah, that after the events of today would be woe, yeah.
Does that change your interactions with the meditation? Does that like flavor anything? What does this look like, by the way?
Um, generally, I think let me think about it because I had an idea of what it looked like, and now I'm thinking about something that I feel like looks cooler.
Yeah.
So I think that, generally speaking, Skrios just takes kind of a formal seated position on his knees, like, you might at, like, a floor table or something.
Right.
Um, and if he gets particularly into it, like, there's like he starts kind of lowly chanting and he'll go up on his knees to like raise his head to the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and generally like lower his hands will just be in his lap, kind of like or making certain like ritualistic gestures depending on um but if there's like a particularly striking vision and he like lifts up onto his knees, his hands will just like fall by his side like he's being picked up by the chest.
Nice. Yeah.
I think with a woe, there's more like trembling, like he's seeing something terrible.
Oh yeah.
And there's like a low tremble to his voice as well. Probably when he comes out of it too, it's much more abrupt. I feel like if it's a wheel, it's like a little bit gentler where or if it's even before this when he didn't get particularly like daily forecasts
Yeah.
on what the vibe was about to be. It was much calmer where he would just kind of like finish and exhale and like blink a bit to recenter himself back into reality or into like the tangible world or whatever. But if it's uh a bad omen. It's much more abrupt, and he kind of like wakes up from it the way you would from a nightmare.
Yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah.
I think
Did
when
you?
the woe section starts, Bella moves instead of just being like in the periphery, definitely gets like into your space area, not quite touching or anything, and unsure of like and decides it's like, well, don't know what I'm supposed to be doing, so and then we'll just like hum a little lullaby he remembers from when he was young. It's not it's definitely not a bard's performance. But he's like, that's the only thing comforting that I know. And just sits there waiting for you.
It's very sweet. I think that in the middle of my vision, I can kind of not even necessarily such that I can really perceive it, but I can kind of hear it in the back, like it's from a great distance. You know what I mean? Um, yeah, I think so. When I come out of this vision, I'm kind of like breathing heavier and like sweaty,
Hmm.
and I forget that you're there for a second because I normally have only ever done this either alone or I think in the druid circle you would probably literally sit in a circle with your companions because we'd all be doing this at similar times. There's probably shifts. I feel like there were shifts because that's just part of being a group that sleeps outside. Um, but mostly alone, and even if there was other druids around, it was more like people are watching out for me, so I understand that it's safe to go into a trance and not like anyone's paying particular attention to me personally. Um, so for a second, I come to and I'm like, um, kind of like I think patting the wall and the floor to like get kind of like reestablished because it was a particularly rough kind of omen. And then I turn and I think I almost startle when I see that you're there, and I'm like, Bella, hello.
When you start to get a little more responsive, Bella would take the not the scarf that you gave him today, but whatever one he had on before that off and like hold it up like a almost like a handkerchief.
I'm gonna take it and I guess like dab my face with it. Like I don't and then just hold it. Like I readjust so I'm turning to face you instead of out the window. And then I guess put when I meditate I forgot about this, but I take my discs out, my star chart discs out, and I hold them kind of in a line like I described in our last RP.
Hmm.
Mhm.
And so I put those back on and then I'm kind of like holding the cloth in my lap or like twisting it in my hands a bit.
I know you said you don't sleep or dream really, but that looked like a nightmare if I would call it anything else.
It was terrible a terrible power will come over us over the next day, but I believe I've been able to harness it. And Skrios willing, I should be able to direct it to our foes. That harm will not befall us.
We got nothing to worry about. You know what you're doing.
Bella,
Hmm?
as much as I seek to understand, my path doesn't require an understanding, and I think to seek to seek one is contrary to everything that my star teaches.
Just saying, if you've got a guiding star in Skrios, then my guiding star, or at least one of them, is definitely Skrios as well. But it's
Hmm.
you.
I'm gonna throw up.
Like,
That's
don't
not
get
a.
me wrong.
That's a
The constellation of Anna is also very prevalent and seems to be more of a true north guidance. But
yes, Krios is to the west.
exactly. Sunsets and all that, right? That's west, right? Hold up. He holds up his
Yes,
hands, making two L's, and goes, wait, that
I
doesn't
put
help me.
my I put my hands up onto yours to put them back down. Like I would lower your hands, and I'm like, yes, the sun sets in the west, where
Yeah.
Skrios rises.
That's like that whole thing of like uh, a wildfire that burns down a tree, like a forest, and then new growth, right? Destruction necessary for rebirth. I think you mentioned that something like that once.
I take a minute and I'm like, yes. Although the growth is not my task.
So the growth is the North Star, and you're the star of the West.
Yeah, that's a fair understanding.
So with both of those, I know whichever way we need to handle it, I am guided one way or another. Easy.
Bella, I admire the simplicity with which you can handle these concepts.
Thanks. I work really hard on that.
Hmm.
It's taken me a lifetime of devotion to try to temper my desire to understand with knowing that it is only my place to follow. So to see it come so easily to you, it's admirable. Although, if I'm being perfectly honest, it concerns me somewhat as well.
In fairness, my guiding stars talk to me with a lot less cryptic words, I think. Sometimes you're a little cryptic, but I think
Hmm.
overall I win on the less cryptic scale.
I don't understand. I think I'm quite straightforward.
More ominous, but no, definitely direct.
Have I said something to confuse you?
Yes, but it's probably not your fault. There are a good many things that confuse me.
Well, I can seek to clarify what I can.
Remind me when I do that face and I like sort of like look off in the distance and
Like a
okay,
thinking
all those
face?
words were all said and I definitely heard them.
Hmm.
Ah, confusion.
That's yeah, that sounds right.
Okay, what did I want to ask you? I had a couple things I wanted to ask you. I wanted to ask you about your childhood. Um,
I am an open book. They're mostly pictures, but I can choose
it's a
some of the
picture
words.
book. I'm an open picture book.
Hmm.
That's okay. All I ever get seen is I just get tormented by visions. I don't get. Sometimes I get words written on the moon that say Trios was here in celestial.
I think that technically would count as more cryptic.
um yeah, okay. I'm gonna say, um, Bella, is there a reason you chose to join me for my meditation tonight? It's my understanding that you require a great deal of sleep.
Hmm. Would you believe me if I said I was worried about whether the moon juice, the star juice, might have adverse effects still, and possibly again?
Well, first of all, it's the blood of Skrios.
Yes, but star juice sounds funnier in my opinion, in my head,
I mean,
and
you
it makes
said
it a little less weird in my head.
you think it's weird.
I think the idea of a star having blood makes me a little worried
Mm,
because I thought stars were very in the sky, and if they can drip blood, I'm really afraid of what happens when it rains and I don't notice.
Okay, side note out of character, question for the DM.
Yeah, what's up?
I, as a human person, have an understanding of outer space.
Yeah.
Skrios, I don't think does because of the setting. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the level is. Do we know that stars are made of fire?
Um,
I suppose I can
I
kind of. I have a cantrip that I've changed to be summon starlight that makes it kind of a celestial fire. But anyway,
yeah, I think that that's a very interesting question, and it kind of ties to like what because like the sun people assume to be made out of fire, even going as far back as like Greek antiquity, right? Like a burning ball of
hmm,
fire that a chariot carries across the sky or whatever.
yeah,
And the stars do emanate light. So it's one of those things where, like, with a very, very powerful telescope, you might be able to see, the stars are the same as the sun, you know? Or,
hmm.
like, they're pinpricks of light, but you recognize them as, like, distinct beings. And so, like, I don't know. That's an interesting question. I think that, well, there's also the association of, like, celestials and divine fire, right?
Hmm.
So like as divine beings, do they possess fire? Are they made of fire? Like what's the real form of a god? Question mark, question mark, question mark. It might be the thing that like because you're an ancient circle of star druids and you're mostly elves, uh it, it could be like maybe some alchemists know. Maybe they've gotten into like spectrometry or whatever, and they can like divide out and try and see what elements the fires in the sky are made of. That's advanced stuff, though. So I'd have to say probably not. You might philosophically believe that the stars are made out of fire, if that makes sense.
Right,
In a way that is, but I don't think that it's like you
but
guys have.
it's probably still a subject of some debate, like what a star is.
Yeah, whether
Okay, um, okay. It's just because it changes my phrasing for like what do I why how weird do I think it is that a star has blood? Um, yeah. Okay. Sorry. I got too interested in the details and now I forget. What did you just say? Like,
Right.
it was like,
It's
"Do you think
more
it's weird?" And you were like, "It's kinda weird to imagine that it has blood," right?
it's more worrying that like the idea that a star can bleed and what it means if it's raining and I'm not paying attention.
Okay. I think I'm gonna chuckle slightly and be like, "I wouldn't be concerned about the rain." Although the shower predicted on the night of the festival, perhaps. Um, although isn't it I agree, it's intriguing to imagine that a being such as that would have any corporeal manifestation, anything that we could touch, much less
Exactly.
consume. And I look like thirsty when I say consume.
And it's not like it's not a same comparison, but it's like if I learned that someone was bleeding the ghost in the death house back at Durst House. I I wouldn't know what to do with the information of knowing that a ghost could bleed. And that's like raindrops and seaports and whatnot, but completely different, but also in the same of like that's a bunch of information that I didn't know that I didn't know, and now that I know it, I don't know what to do with. So I've just categorized it as a huh and put it on this little pedestal and go, I'll deal with that later.
I'm gonna put my hand on your shoulder and say, "With Skrios, you'll rarely know." And then I'm gonna look out the window and be like, "But it is a wonder that it got all the way down here."
I mean, I think we got a bit of, moon rock as well, and that's also in the sky.
Hmm.
But like
Always closer than they seem.
maybe we're like in a targeting area of, celestial bodies.
Regardless, Bella, you said you trusted the guidance of Skrios. Why would you be concerned that it would harm me?
Harm isn't the right word, but hmm, hmm. And he like holds up his hands as if he's like trying to physically form the sentence, and looks slightly more confused as he continues to make very odd gestures. And after a moment, like just palms up, half shrug. I don't like the idea of you being alone in that state you were in. You didn't look like you knew what you were doing or what was being done. And I would rather, if you're going to do something like that, either have
Ping
like
first
me
from their
or
top
Anna
surface,
nearby
where they're in direct
in case
contact with the
someone needs
cold
to like
freezer
grab you
air,
and run
and
off.
from which
I
He's gonna like
think
nod, like he's like, yes, these are the words that I was trying to say.
um I think that in like being made to recall what it's like to experience this kind of vision, Skrios starts to smile and he starts to look really actually quite excited and he says, but Bella, seeing what I'm privileged to see, I'm not alone. I'm more divinely connected than I have been in the last 200 years.
He easy hasn't gotten hit a single time yet. Oh my goodness. That was 2 neutral wins and 2 stocks. This is oh my goodness.
Joel just goes
Under 30
I think I know
wins and 2 stocks.
what you mean, even if I don't necessarily understand what you mean.
evaporative cooling
But
can
I'm more
occur.
worried about if
So the first ice
Lady
crystals
Watcher had
form
been
on
as
the
annoyed
surface
with
of the
you
ice
as she
cube
had
and
been
along its
Anna when
edges.
she murdered
Now,
the imp,
as that ice freezes,
whether
it
or not she could
expands
have
by
got you in the
roughly
throat with a dagger as
8%.
well.
That is due to hydrogen bonding between the water molecules, which makes
I
them, on average, slightly further apart than they are in water. So as the ice goes in
I'm
from
curious. Bella, this is a strange question. I don't understand why it concerns you.
Hmm.
Much of what you've
part?
said, everything you've said tonight about why you're here, and uh, you're trying to protect me. Is that correct?
Yes, he says, almost like a. Is that the question? I thought that was a pretty understood point.
Okay.
Hmm.
Why? I understand why I travel with you. Because I understand our destinies to be intertwined. I believe that you will hold a critical I don't want to say critical role, a crucial role.
Hmm.
Can't be
Yeah.
playing D&D and say
Don't.
critical
Yeah.
role.
Don't get us hit with that copyright strike,
Yeah,
please.
you're streaming it, you're gonna get demonetized. You're not even monetized.
It's true. I do not. I do not have
I
enough
do not make.
followers.
Yeah, I have one follower and it's
This is
me.
performance art.
Yeah. I'm just a little panhandling D&D live streamer.
I'm just a little man.
I'm just a little man who plays my little games.
I set up the
And
RP scenarios for my little friends.
yeah, I'm just a little lad who loves berries and cream. Anyway, fuck, I can't go on a tangent like that because I will lose my spooky vibes. I understand that you play a crucial role in the destiny that I set out to follow, in Skrios's plans. And perhaps it's inevitable that there would be something to bind your loyalty to make sure that that's accomplished. But on a personal level, it seems not only that you're following me because it is the will of the stars, but you're following me personally.
Yes,
Why?
because we're besties.
Hmm.
What does that mean?
What
Can't,
does that mean?
can't believe we're doing what are we? Like, it's been one day. Sorry, I haven't had any friends before.
It means different things to different people. I know some of the guys that I grew up with, it meant like they would go doing their silly little going around town, seeing if they can flirt well, whether they can, who can do the most drunken tosses, who could uh, stand the tallest and longest on a horse while it was going way too fast and they were facing the wrong direction, and all kinds of little things. But to me, what it means is I am happier knowing you. And he like finishes that sentence like a okay, that sentence very definitely ended. That's a period. Not where I
Skrios,
wanted to go with it, but that's what happened.
Skrios is furrowing his brow very heavily, and I'm gonna just real quick. I'm what I'm trying to figure out with this insight roll is does is this a unique position? Like, does Bella consider Skrios a closer friend than all of the other people that he's very friendly to? Because I think he understands that Bella is like a kind and open person. But no one has been this nice to him, and I think he'd like to know if it's like about him or not.
You can definitely tell if he was talking about anyone else, he'd be rambling about different things that they enjoy doing. And when he ended that sentence, it's like, yep, that's the end of the sentence. That's the end of that thought. He's like, brought up a half second of like, huh, okay, those are words. That's a whole set of words. They're all in line, sitting there like nice little ducks. So,
Okay, I think I'm doing this in real life, and I think Skrios is doing this as well, where he just like he's looking like okay, he gets it and he doesn't get it. You know, like he's opening his mouth for a second and then not saying anything, and he's like, let me ask you differently. um, you grew up around a lot of people, as I understand. You've traveled with many different caravans before you ever traveled with the one I encountered.
Mhm.
You must have had sorry, the way every possible phrasing that I can think of sounds very much like, "So have you dated anyone before?" But that's not what I'm trying to ask, but I guess it is, but
Hmm.
um, you must have been close with someone, with some people. You had family, you had a beautiful note left for you, um, with an heirloom,
Note
and
from a man I never met.
but you did meet so many people, and it seems everywhere we go, people are happy to see you.
Yes. And most of the caravans, they're very happy. They welcome me. It's all nice, but hmm, I don't know the right words to say it. And it's frustrating because I know the look, I know the smile, I know the eyes, but I don't know the words that mean that they're happy to have me there. They're, you know, welcome me, will feed me, tell me stories, but it's like it's like if a handshake happened with the arms fully extended and the shoulder pushed away.
I think Skrios is gonna, like, emphatically nod at that and be like, "That I understand."
Hmm.
It's not a coldness that this distance is there, but it's like, do you ever have one of those little toys that's a box and it's got these wonderful little shapes? It's like trying to fit the square peg into the round hole.
I usually just broke those.
And I feel like if I pressed it too much, that would be what happened. It didn't, they weren't mean. There was no harsh words, but it was the way they smiled and it reached their eyes, but only so far. They
Mm.
welcomed the help. They were happy to have someone who was definitely enjoying the process, would happily listen to their stories, but there was a distance.
I think Skrios is gonna, shift over so that he's, like, leaning against the back wall and kind of looking up out the window, reminiscing about his own childhood. Um, and he's
Okay.
like, just while he listens. So, and he's like, "No, I think we must have had very similar experiences. Skrios's work has always been necessary, as you've seen. The druids, particularly in our circle, view it as a necessary part of the cycle of nature, but one that very few actually deign to participate in, have the stomach to participate in, no less enjoy participating in. They're crucial duties, but no one wants to get their hands dirty to do them. And being so eager set me apart, I think, in the same way that your eagerness has for you."
Maybe. I always, I, I would never thought necessarily the eagerness, or I don't think it was ever me. It's just I didn't connect. They didn't connect with me. But I remember when you joined up there, up with us. What was that mountain pass area? It had like the big old trees that had no business being that tall. Like they were trying to challenge the mountain almost.
I'm sure that I do have the name for whatever area you're referring to is, but obviously we don't know what it is because
Exactly.
yeah.
But it's
So
like
I say the name of it.
that one. That yeah. It was like when you came out of the forest, and a couple people were trading here and there. It was a great opportunity. You sat down. I brought over the plate, and it. I don't know how to say it without sounding silly, but when you thanked me and looked in my eyes, it was one of the first times I felt like someone was looking at me and not at the person who was in front of them. And it was something simple and small, and in the grand scheme of things, an insignificant moment in a time. And I don't think I've ever seen the stars as brightly as that night. And then I told you all about the time that I climbed a tree to get an egg, and my computer just fell asleep. Wake up.
I can still hear you.
I climbed a tree to get an egg because
I was like, wait a second. You don't have a computer. This is ye old fantasy time.
had to get an egg because I dropped one when I was goofing around, and I then fell. I saved the egg, but not a tooth, and it was very painful. And you heard the whole story, and then you asked questions that I had no idea the answer to because I only remember the egg was white with little speckles. And I think I spent about a half hour trying to describe the different speckled coloration because we wanted to find out what that bird was.
It was 45 minutes.
Exactly. And I don't think I've had anyone listen to something that I was saying and then be able to ask a question that was not, did you really do that? Or, hmm, or did you have fun?
Hmm.
You listened, you heard it, and you paid attention. And I did not know what that was. And I enjoyed it. And I've continued to enjoy it.
I suppose that's the source of my confusion. Not once in our travels have you been disturbed by me to a point where you had to look away. In fact, more and more often, I think you're looking at me.
At least half of the time, it's because you do the wildest thing that I am so excited to see what happens next. Like the time you just like straight up the tree. I don't even think you were using one of your hands because you were too busy staring at what was not a werewolf, but the other type of growing thing. Don't remember if that was a moss or a mold now.
Oh, mold.
Mold. Right. It's like 2 feet, one hand, and a vial so excited to go up that, and you had the most determined look. And I first wanted to try and help you up that, and but after you were about halfway up, I was like, nope, nope. What's gonna happen? And then we spent the next hour learning about. I spent the next hour learning, and you spent the next hour lecturing about what this mold, yes,
Hmm.
was doing there because it didn't normally grow in that part of the lands. It was brought over because some bird caught a like plant or something that had a growth and brought it into this, and it must have. I, you know what? If you give me a little bit of time, I can probably remember more of the details. But I'm currently a little sparse of thought, and yeah,
uh, I'm gonna chuckle a little and just be like, you've hardly retained that it was a mold.
I knew it was the thing that grows on things, and it's not quite necessarily nurturing. It's somewhat like nom nom nom.
That could just as easily have been an epiphyte.
I I know you've used that word before, but I couldn't even spell that word, let alone. Hold on. That's the thing where if you mix the plants, it can get someone to wake up even if they're knocked out, right?
No.
Damn it.
No, not remotely. Bella, I think my curiosity has been satisfied for now. I think you might need to get some sleep.
You're not
Um,
wrong.
I'm gonna stand and brush like the straw off my robes and like extend a hand to help him up.
He's gonna take that hand, and he has a mischievous look for a moment. I'm gonna pull you back down.
So romantic. I'm sorry, so do I fall on you? Is that what's happening?
It's gonna be like fall onto like one side and like
No,
lean back.
no, that's not up to you. I fall on your chest. That's
Oh
it.
yeah,
You pulled
there you
you
go.
pulled me. I'm not steady. I have a bad dex. Skrios is like bright purple, I think. He's like,
Oh no, so
excuse
tired, can't make it
excuse
back.
me.
Uh, rest here.
Anna's gonna have a lot to. Oh yeah, that I think actually no, it's Chris. Anna's gonna have a lot to say about um um. I assume you're like I can't get up.
He's not holding you down, but it's definitely like a hand is held on of like if you force it, he will let you go.
I'm not
But it's
trying
like a
that
easy.
hard. I'm not trying that hard. I'm doing the baby. It's cold outside. I'm like I suppose I did finish my meditation. I should be on watch, and it'd be difficult to and then I just kind of shut up and like put my head down on your chest, I think.
Bella's gonna take a moment, like one hand up, gesturing towards the window, and gonna be trying to pull the fog out of the way of the window for a little bit, just creating shadow being off to the side where it's not necessarily visible, but trying to clear up the window a little bit more because he still sees the fogs and the mists.
It's true. That's very cute.
And just gonna lean back. You hear the deeper breaths coming a lot quicker than they probably should.
Oh, that's adorable. I guess
Liliana
good
starts
night.
singing.
Yeah, Liliana starts singing. We have our little Dragon Age roll in the hay. I don't think it's that time yet. I think it's just nap time. But
Yeah, for sure.
that's adorable, and I didn't expect it to happen that fast. Bella, very forward.
Bella does not understand the full implication of what's being teased here, but he's like, "Nope, this is exactly what's doing. What's
Yeah,
happening."
I also understand that you're much more casual with your physical affection. So
Mhm.
Skrios is like, oh God, oh my God, I'm a 204-year-old virgin, and I probably have never cuddled before, and most people don't want to get within arm's reach of me, so I
Yeah.
don't really know where to put my arms, and
I think the
I
loft
don't
is
sleep. I
distinctly
don't
clear
sleep.
of I think the loft is distinctly clear of ravens. Is something I'll say.
Skrios is gonna have such a day tomorrow, like going into the like I'm supposed to come down from the barn. People expect me to be up here. I'm covered in
Yeah.
straw and that's normal. And I'm just gonna be like,
Yeah,
can I just
because
have
like fucking what's her name was there to lock up after, right?
yeah.
She swings by at like 4 in the morning or whatever to let you out. And you just don't come out.
Yeah, I guess probably she comes in to lock the door and I do not sleep, so I'm trapped in this. Not that I think it's bad. I think Skrios is like settles down after a minute, but and he's like, "This is so nice. I'm cuddling. This is such a cool, weird feeling that I've never experienced." But like she comes down and is like, "Skrios," and I'm like, I just kind of look up and I like shake my head. I'm like, "No, I'll just stay." Like I'm clearly like entangled. Like it's illegal. I can't.
I think she says, "I'll send Crow to check on you in the morning."
Thanks.
And then walks up. Doesn't poke her head up or anything, just from downstairs, very quietly.
Yeah, I think I'll probably get, like, if I can, like, without waking you up, I'm gonna, like, try to shuffle one of my notebooks out of my pocket so I can do some journaling while you sleep, because I'm gonna be trapped here for, like, 8 hours, and as much as I love to cuddle, I guess, I'm now just discovering that it's quite nice. 8 hours is a long time,
Oh,
so
definitely.
I'm still gonna be, like, attached because I don't wanna wake you up, and also because it's nice, but I will be, like, writing notes about my day and also, like, "Oh my god. Dear diary, you'll guess what?"
It's like after Bella's down for the count, it is not hard to move about. He won't wake up easily for that. He does have like one hand that like when you start moving away is definitely like reaching out, grabbing at like the
Aw.
cloak or something, just like "Mm, I
Oh,
have found my comfort right now."
that's so cute.
In like the last half hour of his sleep is when he's definitely tossing and turning more, and I feel like when he wakes up, he's just got straw all throughout his hair.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, 2 things about this. One is that I can't wait to RP us waking up next time we play and, Abby is here, so that can be our, like, last week on is like, "Okay, well, Skrios and Bella, you just woke up in the barn. Could you tell us how that goes?" And we can do that. I will have been awake the whole time, so I won't be quite as startled, but I'll be like, "Oh, okay, time to confront this again now that you're conscious." I probably, like, inevitably have to spend some time just, like, watching you sleep because I'm there.
The only major downside right now is that I can't hear either the laughing or giggling from Abby with the ridiculousness of this situation.
I know, I
Abby,
can't
when you get
wait.
to this point, just send
Tell
me a
us,
text of
text us,
whatever
text
sound
us.
or thoughts you have
You
of
put that in
laughing
the
at that.
put that in the group chat because I gotta see it. I
Yeah,
gotta
group
know.
chat.
I gotta know. The other thing is, Skrios is not a person who would pick the straw out of your hair because he doesn't pick the straw out of his.
Also, Abby, if you hear any like 10-second clips of weird noises, that's absolutely me scrolling through Twitter on the side. And I'm sorry for that, but also, when random video clips start playing, that's my bad. I forgot that it captures all the desktop sound, and I didn't set it specifically to Discord.
That's
Just
funny.
peace.
Oh man,
Well,
what a cute experience.
that was just what an adorable way to cap off the evening. I don't know how I'm gonna deal with this tomorrow. That's probably the first thing I wrote. Probably the first thing I wrote was like, "Oh no." Maybe not "oh no," but like, "Oh my."
Oh my.
Oh my. Um, Grios didn't warn me about this. I thought
No
it said it
warning
was
for
supposed to
Bella.
be thought it was supposed to be a bad day. This is kinda I'm glad I set out on my own, experiencing all kinds of new things.
Incredible.
Oh,
Lovely.
Dear Skrios, I found the first thing I don't feel like it would be that much fun to destroy.
But I'll do it. I'll still do it. Don't question my devotion.
Yeah, don't worry. I will if you ask me, I will do it, but I won't like it as much.
put a frowny face next to that day's journal entry.
I'll destroy him and then myself, but he will be
Yeah.
destroyed.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, probably I'll destroy him and then I'll chug the whole glass of your blood so that I can completely annihilate my sense of self and potentially my memory of the event, which would be that would be very interesting.
It'd be a
But
sacrifice.
that would be a sacrifice. I don't want to do that. Dear Skrios, please don't make me sacrifice my bestie. I'm not really sure what that term means still, but it seems to mean that we're quite close and can sometimes sleep on each other? Question mark. You know what? I think I understand Strahd's a little better now for the please don't steal my diary. Dear diary, if anyone steals you, I will tear across the lands to find them and destroy them in your dark and embracing light. I don't know how to talk to the innkeeper in the morning. I think I'll just keep my mouth shut all day long. And people don't
Love
expect me
Skrios
to be
just
very
gonna be
talkative.
so awkward about this, and Bella's just be like, "Yeah, that was a great night."
Okay, so the best part about it is that I think that Skrios is gonna wake up and be like, I don't want to talk to anyone about what just happened because I don't really understand, and I'm very embarrassed. It was very nice, and I didn't have well, you know what? I'm a druid. I had a sex education class, you
Yeah.
know? I did have a we weren't, yes, I was raised in the woods, but also we understand animals and people fell in love and got married and etc. So like I know about it. But also your first love in your life, your first crush in 200 years? I've had 200 years without feeling this way and I am very confused. Um so yeah, I think that I'm just gonna be like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna be stoic. I'm stoic. Nobody's gonna ask me questions because I've got the vibe. Whatever. I'm just gonna wake up and be normal and quiet and very good posture and like nod to people and be like, I would like a bowl of whatever porridge is on the menu this morning and eat quietly in the corner, completely alone. And then Belle's gonna be like, guess what I did last night? I got to see Skrios' meditation. It was so cool. And I'd be like, yeah, that part was fine. Anyway,
Both of you coming down completely straw haired.
covered in
Like,
straw.
yeah.
Curse of straw.
Curse of straw.
Oh, I can't wait. I'm already embarrassed. I'm pre-embarrassed for my little boy. My ancient destruction worshipping high schooler.
Just love the idea that Skrios is blushing and embarrassed about all this, and Bella's just like so happy this is a great day and all that. And the minute someone pulls Bella to the side and explains that this is like a very romantic thing, he's just gonna have the surprised Pikachu face on.
Oh my god.
He's like, "Wait, is that what's the thing? Have I been missing this?"
Have I been oblivious to my own feelings this whole time? Just because I think he's the most special elf in the world doesn't
Yep.
mean I have feelings for him. Just because all of like I have feelings for him. I have mostly very positive feelings about how great he is and how his eyes are pretty, and then I want to be around him all the time. But that's not like, oh,
I think it's more of Bella understands in the vague nebulous sense of what romantic relationships are. But if you talked about like in actual realistic terms, he's like, yeah, it's that thing you marry. That thing.
yeah. And you know what? I feel like to your credit, to Bella's credit, I think probably you haven't seen a romantic relationship that looks like this one.
Well,
Like,
it's like there's a step before it, you have feelings for each other and just want to be around, and it's like, wait, what?
yeah, you're
That's
not
the step?
instantly married.
Huh. Learn
You know
something
what?
new every day.
Skrios is in this. I'm like, I've seen people flirt and it seems quite nice. I don't know how to do it, and no one's ever done it to me. And now I'm sleeping on him. I don't know what to do.
And whenever you try and shift or move, that little hand's just like, no, find the comfort. There's the section of rope.
Oh my god, it's like so cute. And yeah, I think that like just imagine the facial expression that Skrios has for like 90% of the evening. It's very funny that this happened to someone who doesn't sleep and has already meditated, so I can't even like
Yep.
I don't need to do that again. And I can't see the window really because I feel like I'm more like face down anyway.
Well, I mean, it's like
I
probably
could
close to
rotate.
like 3 a.m. or something like that, right? When Bella finally passes out.
Yeah.
And Bella needs to sleep for a full 6 hours.
Something like that, yeah.
So y'all aren't walking out until like 9 in the morning.
Oh god.
I think Bella's gonna sleep in until 10.
I don't feel like I can leave until you wake up, and I would feel bad about leaving you there in the barn. If it was a bed, I might just get up. But it's a barn. And you don't sleep in the barn. I can sleep I don't sleep. You don't sleep in the barn. So, yeah, and I'm like, clearly you need me to be here, and I'm like, you know what? I'm enjoying it, and I'm fine with it
Hmm.
continuing, but like, I am like, uh, I have a look on my face, like, you know that Monty Python thing where he's like, "Do you find it risible that his name is Biggest Dickus or whatever?"
Yeah,
I think I have the
that.
guy.
I think we did that bit the last time we played.
Yeah, we did. So the guy who's trying not to laugh, it's like that, except not with laughter. It's just like with like, oh my god. um, yeah, I can't wait for fucking. We're gonna get woken up by Crow
Yeah,
coming
we
in to be like, "Hey guys, are you fucking done?"
5 more minutes. Rolls over, gets more of the hay just everywhere.
Bestie,
Mm.
Bestie, I think we should probably get up.
Barry's faced in whatever soft cloth he has his hand in.
I think
5
I think Skrios probably yelps. Like not loud, just like ooh, like and not bad, but just surprised. Like, okay.
Bella has weaponized the 5 more minutes in a way he never knew he could.
I just think it's very funny that Skrios was like, I think that you're friends with me and I don't understand why. And you were like, oh, we're friends, all right.
This is what besties are. I learned about it. This is a thing that people told me about when I was younger. They wouldn't lie.
I can't believe you got confused about. You're like, yeah, I know about romantic relationships. People have them. They kiss and they get married, and that's cool. A bunch of my parents were married, I assume, and
I just learned that apparently my dad took my mom's name. Didn't know that.
that's really nice. So I just, and then, but also I learned about best friendship, which is where you just like want to be around someone all the time, and it's so great, and
Yeah,
they're like your
friends.
favorite person. And so I was like, yeah, besties. And I did make the connection. And I was like, I've never heard of besties before. Other people have had friends and I haven't. And sometimes people are nice to me in the same way that I guess everyone was sort of passingly nice to you, where they like took care of you and they weren't outright cruel to you, but they didn't really like that you were around. So now I feel quite connected to you, and I'm kind of I don't, and now, well, there's straw in your hair. I think maybe like it's probably like 5:30. Like Skrios has been writing for a bit, and like I think he picks like one straw out of your hair just for like something to do. Like it has to look at you, which is like obviously part of it. I can't believe that poor Skrios has to just fucking endure getting cuddled by your crush that you just realized you have a crush on for so long.
Oh, I can't wait for the Skrios fucking I don't know if I'm allowed to have this drama.
Oh, that's actually so true. Yeah. I mean, there's no particular thing that would say that any druid, no matter what star you follow, like isn't allowed to have a relationship.
Oh,
But also
absolutely.
That's not going to stop Skrios.
I think
Skrios
you know what
internally, does this imply that I'm not fully devoted to my path?
No, I think it's more like I don't question my devotion, and I am aware that if I was told that, like at first I think at first, like, because Mitch, a while like a session or two ago, you were like, your compass kind of says that like Bella and Anna are like important and you should follow them for now.
Mm-hmm.
So Skrios is pretty like, they're an important part of this journey and I need to make sure that they're protected and that I follow along with them. So he's been like quite comfortable with the fact that like Bella is a part of his journey to follow Skrios, and that's just like natural. But now I think if he's way more concerned about his personal relationship with Bella, first of all, kind of being attached to anything or anybody in that way is new to him, and that's kind of freaking him out. And so he's just going to have anxiety and come up with reasons to be anxious about it. But also, like, I think he's going to worry that Bella's part in the prophecy is going to have to include his destruction. Skrios has always been at peace with the fact that his path might destroy himself because that's part of his devotion. And that would honestly be like a beautiful gift for him to be like, I've accomplished my purpose and I can give myself to the purpose at the same time. Like, I think he would be very pleased with that.
Right.
Although maybe not prematurely, but I think he'd be happy about that. But for it to be Bella now, I think he'd be like, oh dear God, I think maybe I can't date this guy because what if I have to kill him? What if I gotta blast him into complete annihilation like I did that other guy? I mean, he's
Sure.
got more hit points, but that would just mean it would take longer. I would do it. I think that's gonna be the like, I don't know if I can have this. Is gonna be like because I would kill him if I had to, and I don't want to have to.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I can't wait for the angst. I did not expect to have a romantic subplot with this character, to be quite honest.
When I made this character, I had absolutely no idea, no concepts, no thoughts about this. And it's just like, we fell into this, and it's like, oh, now I have to play with it now.
Yeah, I don't understand what the chemistry there is, but it's there. Like, I just don't.
It's
If you
two halves of a brain cell rubbing together.
You
to
remember back
create
in
a
the day
spark
when
of a thought.
everyone got really into himbos? I think I'm getting it.
Bella's original design was, I need to make the himboiest a himbo of the himbos.
And it worked, and he's so charming.
And I love him. I've never been so excited to play a character suboptimally.
I love playing a character to their own flaws. I honestly, bravo, Bella, bold move. Bold play, paid off.
I love. Remember when I was like, "All right, Finn,
Yeah.
let's run this game. Let's do this. Is there anyone you specifically want to play with?" And you were immediately like, "Eric."
Yeah, I did say that.
Like,
This
Yeah.
is why.
first answer, like knee jerk, right?
Yeah, I was like, I want to
Fucking-
play with Eric. I remember we had good chemistry in the last game.
Absolutely,
I like how you roleplay.
Absolutely ideal choice.
Yeah, I forgot about that, but yes, that was I was like, Eric.
Nobody's gonna bring to the table, but it's gonna be something.
Yeah, I have no idea, but I love your style. I love your vibes. Impeccable. Always a pleasure to roleplay with. I'm so impressed with. I need to draw this. Oh my god. Oh, these two. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I just
create a scene, like a picturesque scene.
Yeah, we really did. We really did. Oh my god, in the hayloft.
Yeah,
Just like Mother said.
What a terrible moment to be ambushed by night hags.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I'm not gonna lie, Mitch. I might cry.
Krios is like,
You're just like, no, not today.
Yeah, I'll wait until you guys are all together to ambush you with night
Yes.
hags.
Of course, and I know it's coming, but yeah, but bitch, I literally made the least charismatic character I've ever played in my life. And for some reason, this is the one with the most romantic success.
Tormented by a dark star. Angsty.
It is a romantic. You know what I would like to draw? I would like to draw a cheesy romance novel cover with Bella as the ripped guy with his shirt off. And Skrios' robes like billowing in the wind.
Yeah, perfect.
We'll
call it Good Berries.
Oh, that's right. You guys still haven't tried my berries.
We still need to find a way to have the good berries scene.
Well, you guys still haven't, like, you haven't needed to heal, and we have rations and whatever, so there's not been a reason to, like, conserve our food intake or to need 1 HP. But they are good berries. They just taste like licking a battery. And some people are into that. Probably it seems like Bella's into that.
Yeah, Bella probably would be into licking a battery, and that is something I did not think of.
Like eating a raspberry flavored warhead.
Yeah. It's so
we're kind of describing
flavored.
things that I'm sitting here going like, yeah, that's Bella. That's not Eric. That's Bella.
Yeah, Bella would just be like popping those things left and right. Like he's Pippin and they're Lembas bread.
I need to remember. I need to have more scenes where Bella's relying on Anna as well because he does trust and care for Anna, but apparently not in the same way. He did not know
Yeah, wow,
this.
oops. Yeah, I agree. I think I want to make sure that we're still developing our personal relationships with Anna as well. So she's not just team mom.
Yeah, I
She's a
definitely
great team mom,
view
but
it as Bella views you two as two guiding stars.
so cute. That's so codependent.
Tell me Bella is
Um,
an independent individual.
I think Skrios just sees Anna in the same kind of way like he described seeing Bella about 20 minutes ago, and now he's got to reconsider some things where he's like, yeah, I mean, you guys are an important part of the prophecy and I'm going to work with you like coworkers. And because Anna is, when she's doing business, like when she's doing quests, she's very like, I'm here to complete the quests. I think that kind of plays well into that, but I'd like to develop more of a personal, at least I've been able to like quietly respect her privacy about the creepy dolls thing. Like, I feel like that's some camaraderie.
Yeah.
I wish she was here. Sometimes I still hear her voice.
Hmm.
This is just one of those things. If I need to remember, like Bella does care. Bella truly values Anna's insight and words, and even though it's like, no, don't do the very stupid thing you're trying to do, he'll listen to her mostly because he knows that she cares and is a guiding star in that sense. And I need to role play into that more, is what I'm telling myself.
That's fair. I actually think that for tomorrow in game, um you know how normally if everybody's like in a room doing something social, Skrios usually is either completely in the corner or right behind Bella.
Or sitting
I
beside Anna.
I think that Skrios is going to be very attached to Anna tomorrow.
Hmm.
I think that Skrios is going to be like, Anna, we must proceed with the quest as soon as possible. We have many things to do, and none of them involve hanging out at the inn all morning. You don't need to eat. I grabbed a piece of toast. Let's go.
Very funny.
So why don't you tell me about all the things that you learned yesterday? I'm very curious to hear all about that and for you not to ask me any questions at all. I thought the thing I was going to be hiding about yesterday was the devil summoning. And, and it is, but also there's nothing else. What did you learn today?
That's what I need. I need for Skrios to be the one that slips up and mentions the devil summoning. Just so Bella can go, it wasn't me this time.
Well, I mean, Skrios does. We'll see. I think Skrios has the asset of like, we'll see what situation comes up, maybe. But I think he has the asset of mostly erring on the side of not saying anything or saying things in such a way that no one can fucking understand what he means anyway. So, he might, even if he slipped up, he would be like, "Yes, we were occupied on certain errands." Or whatever, and you'd be like, I'm very suspicious of that, and then he'd be like, anyway, like
Regardless.
Incredible.
the matter is closed. Let's
Oh.
continue.
I'll have to come up with some stuff to send to Abby about what Anna read.
Yeah, because I don't want to talk about anything.
Also, I really expected at some point to y'all to talk about like what the devil said to Skrios about shit, and that just like didn't happen, which is very funny to me.
I thought so too, because I was like, you're really not curious at all. And he's like, that's your business, and you'll tell me if you want to tell me. And I was like, okay. I
Bella
guess I
sees
don't.
Skrios as a very private individual. This is information that sure Bella's excited about, but Skrios seems to take a whole lot of importance with being able to stoically and categorize his thoughts and information. And, when Bella's looking at like a moss or a mold or a lichen, we'll tell all about that because that's information he wants to share. But he's also going to sit back and be like, okay, this is a whole lot for Skrios. And when Skrios wants to tell me about it, he will. And he honestly believes that. No question.
Fair.
Yeah, that's adorable. I love how much trust you have in this very untrustworthy fellow. Well, he's trustworthy. He's lawful. Like,
He's following a code. It doesn't necessarily coincide with what anyone else would think would happen.
mm-hmm. Plus, I think that that's fair. I think if you asked him about it right now, he would be able to describe what he saw, but also not like he does need some time to absorb everything. And I also need to put it all in my notes in a shorter form because I wrote everything down almost verbatim, some paraphrasing,
Hell yeah.
Paul
but it
understands the concept of tact. He just can't use it 90% of the time. But when it comes to Skrios, he can definitely use it.
I'm interested in. Well, they mentioned before in the campaign that there is a circle of fucked up druids to the south. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's probably the order of the strike. I'm glad I learned a little bit about that.
Yeah. I was like, what kind of animal would a weird vampire druid cult kind of associate themselves with? And I thought about it for like 10 seconds, and I was like, the gruesome murder birds.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, there's always the vampire finch.
It's true.
That's a bit on the nose.
I just don't think it's like as evocative, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like impalement bird.
Yeah. Also, there's some like old vampire Vlad the Impaler stuff going on.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I just also really love the concept of a bird that originally evolved to eat parasites and help other animals. Then discovering, well, if I just parasite myself, I get even more nutrients and just taught all these animals, hey, just hold still while I take care of the bugs on you, and then psych, nom 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 nom. That has a whole different element of the parasite of a vampire.
Okay,
Plays
so
more into that hypnotic
mhm.
mind control-y bit.
So today we got armor upgrades
Have the armor upgrading.
at Nina's shop. Well, is mine done? I thought I had mine.
You do.
Both of us have an upgrade, but the cool full plate mail shenanigans.
Okay, yeah.
Adamantine. Adamantine.
Yeah.
Oh, how do you verb that?
Reinforcing.
Hmm.
Reinforcement, I guess.
Turn adamantine into a verb itself. Is it adamantine? Doesn't matter.
And we bought supplies and a gift basket at Nina's shop.
I'm excited to see another Vistani in this town, because whether or not it's been explicitly stated, it's like, oh, thank God. It's like, it's not like a taboo necessarily for me to be here, as far as he's concerned now.
It's true.
It's like, it's probably still a taboo to be here, but there are other people here that are also that, so it's not as bad.
And drinking a 40 in a death basket.
I know Bella learned that Skrios has been drinking the star juice.
Oh yeah, we learned that that is blood. That it's celestial blood. It's Skrios' blood.
Yeah.
And that I love to drink it, and that I don't have to worry about running out of it. Which is a combination of facts.
Yeah.
I can't believe you gave me a magical addiction.
I didn't give you an addiction. You gave you an addiction. I gave you an
I did.
opportunity. I gave you magical. I gave
You
you.
sound like my dealer.
I gave you I gave you magical jet. You chose to be reliant on it.
Oh, I can stop anytime I want, but I don't want to. So
Yeah.
well, I'm not a. You know what? I've only sipped it the 2 times, and I gave
Yeah.
a bunch of it to a demon.
You did.
Devil.
I think that he is certainly going to be a little bit more powerful now.
Yeah, I figured, and I was worried about that, but I also was like, I do need this information, and it's still. I still have faith. I think that Skrios is a powerful enough being that like one devil can't do shit about that. Like can't alter the path of the fates or whatever.
Yeah.
Um
Yeah. I just think that the image of the moon with just a massive hole punched through the center.
Yeah, I
Is
liked it was clear through. It's pretty cool.
fucking A plus with like the debris ring and stuff. I've been thinking about that a lot. Specifically, I've been thinking about the image where you have like an eclipse, like a solar eclipse, but the moon has a hole punched in the middle. And so you get this like pinprick effect where like that blood red light just like creeps over everything, you know, like a camera obscura.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also tying that in, I've been thinking about this since I introduced the little moonstone with the symbol of the sun in the dead center of it. Because that's the
Also fair.
Yeah.
Will you ever see something you go, and it's definitely connected to the art that Mitch reblogged earlier or posted earlier, the orb wizard thing.
Oh, did you click through? Because some of those are really good.
Oh yeah, I clicked on one. I was like, oh, hold on.
The fucking
Oh, I didn't click, but I will.
Give me a second.
the
I'm gonna post the one that I am enjoying the most because you know what I see when I see this one?
What's up?
That's a Bella that a Skrios had to blast and tried to bring back.
Oh,
Oh.
It's got like a little
heartbreaking.
animated plant and skeleton bits.
Mm.
This is the one that made me want to post it.
If I had to blast you into smithereens, I would reincarnate you. Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
I've
I was
seen
just
that
seeing
before.
with like the armor and the thorns and the skeleton. I was like, oh, that's a different Skrios that tried to bring back a different Bella.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah, I would absolutely resurrect you into like a skeleton plant creature. Or I could reincarnate you as a gnome or something. It's not really up to me.
Up to the dice.
Or the DM.
Or the DM. Which is just a different form of dice.
It's true.
A more controlled chaos.
I just love all of the fucking yes, Skrio signaled the exodus from the four cities, the ancient heaven of this place. And then you look at the moon and it's just like yeah, he certainly signaled an exodus, huh?
Yeah.
That's a fair point.
I don't know if I'd call it that. It's a little euphemism you demons like to use, huh? Oh man, I think I'm gonna stop streaming. Abby, if you watched all this, hi. I hope you're feeling better. I hope that we kept you good company while you're recovering.
Yeah.
I hope that the laughter that we have hopefully inflicted upon you didn't hurt you too much.
May the dark Skatar guide you, and also you didn't see any of this.
Yeah, no. Totally stealthy. You don't have, I think, the highest insight in the party.
Oh god. No, I have a really good insight. I have a +7, I think.
Yeah, you have a good insight.
Luckstone.
What's your deception look like?
Oh, 0.
Let me hold on. Let me look at that.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying she doesn't have the highest insight in the party. I have a 7 insight.
That's fair. That's fair.
I do have a 0 deception and a 0 persuasion and a 0 performance.
Where's
Deception
Anna?
is 1.
Let's look at Anna's insight character sheet. Her insight's 4. She's not trained in it. That's fair.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Easy.
Okay, yeah, you definitely have the insight of the group.
Yeah, I like that my role is often just to be like, what do your elf eyes see? And then I'm like, they see all. And then I tell you guys, like, there's a door.
Yep.
Oh, man.
We did.
We didn't.
Wait, I know exactly what to add here.
Incredible. All right. I'm ending the stream now.